There's been a lot of directs recently, haven't there? Congratulations. You've already won the day by gracing and therefore humbling the uncommon soul with your mere presence alone. And you need to know you're awesome for doing that. And I don't remember when exactly it started, but I can swear there's been three Nintendo Directs within the span of a month. We've had one for the Super Mario Galaxy movie. We've had one for Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. And just earlier today, we've had a partner showcase. And I'm going to say right now, I am grateful that I've been able to catch up on my sleep. That's the least I'm grateful for compared to being able to wake up in time. And despite mess ups and mishaps that have happened, part of which is why I was not on 7 on the nose to start the stream. But despite that, I was still able to share with you all the Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase. And right now, there is one major cue on my mind regarding that. I also got a cue about how do I do the YouTube horizontal and vertical streaming, because it said API permissions were not allowed or insufficient or something, and yet there's still a public stream, both horizontal and vertical, on YouTube anyway. So I really don't know what the deal is. What I should know and what I prefer to think about before that is saying hello to Zarnathium. And how long have emotes been a thing on YouTube and I never knew? See, it's a rule. Whenever Zarnathium is subscribed and in chat, we've got to hear one of his many kitties, Lance. I don't make the rules, he does. I'm more than willing to adhere to those rules. And I don't think I need this thing on my vertical side of things, so I'm probably going to remove it. I don't think I got to worry about that as much. I don't need the banner at the moment while I'm only just chatting for around 15-ish minutes. And what did people get from that Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase, if anything? Because what if you're here now and you weren't this morning? Because very, very understandably, Nintendo Directs usually run way too early because you're at work or you're asleep or other things are going on that you just cannot pause for the showcase. Or maybe you haven't seen it after it played. Maybe you're waiting for someone to respond to it, or to not respond, react to it. I don't think that's a concern for Sakurubi, though. I say hello to Sakurubi now as well. And I see those Breezelbit emotes there. That's nice to see. But I feel like going over what piqued my interest in the partner showcase for those who weren't there. So if you were there or you've seen it, then I'll apologize for sounding like a broken record. And I'll have two things I want to do / talk about before we get back into Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. So here's what got my interest in the Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase. I did not realize, and I didn't remember, but I think Uncle Shaq did tell me, the Adventures of Elliot, the Millennium Tales, won't just be a Switch 2 exclusive. For him and I, it'll also be on the PS5, so that is very happy news. But I don't think that's even news. I think that's been a while announced. What is news, though, is the release date of June 18th. So in the middle of the year, we're going to get that new HD 2D, new original action RPG that some people, I swear, have likened to the Mana franchise. I still haven't demoed it, and it baffles me to no end. There are so many things I haven't demoed that I can't believe I haven't demoed yet. we got a shadow drop of the Super Bomberman collection today. There will be a physical edition later. And a few of those Super Bomberman games never came here. So that's exciting to think about. I have to remember the name of this Capcom game is Pragmata, not Pragmata, Pragmata. And it'll be here April 24th. And a demo is available what feels like everywhere else, thanks to Zarnathium pointing that out in the Discord. We knew the Switch 2 would be getting a demo earlier today, but it looks like it's spread to everywhere else as well by now. In the fall, a new Turok game will come our way in the form of Turok Origins. Feels like it's going to be an action co-op game from what the trailer showed. And it's always nice to see gameplay and not just story. And I realize I have some Xanadu games. I wonder how far and how deep the Xanadu franchise is from Nihon Falcon, who does the Ys and Legend of Heroes games as well. They've announced a new game in Kyoto Xanadu, and that's going to be Metroidvania in most aspects, except for the boss fights, where there'll be very 3D action RPG. Then, I thought I saw something actually, and I thought I saw something else. I'm not 100%, but if that's the case, then it could be more excitement when it seemed like there'd be no more content for it. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink will now have Endless Ragnarok. It'll be one whole package for the Switch 2 on July 9th. And I thought I saw stuff about an upgrade pack for the other consoles, unless it was just Steam and PS4 and 5. But that's still other consoles. And I thought I saw something about crossplay when that drops. I'm not 100% on that, but if crossplay became a thing, that'd be pretty fun and exciting right there. But there is plenty of new content coming with Endless Ragnarok. So there will be a time to go back to Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Or in my case, start the darn game. Monster Hunter Stories 3, Twisted Reflection, I believe the subtitle is, will be available March 13th, and a demo is available now. I'm glad it got off the 3DS and it's not just on Nintendo platforms. I've not played any, despite having... What do I have? Do I have the first one like I swear I do? And I swear I have it on Steam. No, I have Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin. Which means I don't swear that I have the original Monster Hunter Stories. When I would make time for those, I have no idea. But I'm sure I need to give them time. And being a fan of Monster Hunter as I am now, they deserve my time. But yeah, Monster Hunter Stories 3, March 13th, demo available. March 3rd, 10 days before it, we're going to have Scott Pilgrim EX. Imagine there's a wood column here. I accidentally said I'm in lesbians with someone, and every time I hit it, I'm going to have the word thonk appear behind me or something like that. Why have I not gone through the original game after so many years? And unlike the original game, where you have to fight the 7 evil X's, somehow, I don't know if all of them will, but a number of those same X's will actually not be dead and work alongside you somehow, if not at times. I think they'll be playable from what I've heard or what I've seen, I'm not sure. And sometime in the summer, there will be another JRPG in Another Eden Begins, which I keep wanting to swear must run differently from the already available Another Eden the cat through time and space. I already forget the subtitle. The cat beyond time and space. Beyond felt more correct. But aside from a later this month release of Rave Racer, the same franchise's Ridge Racer, a fun Namco arcade racer, they announced a new line of games to come. Not Arcade Archives. Not Arcade Archives 2, which lets you play against people online in some less bigger library, but still a varied library of games. But this month will begin Console Archives. The Arcade Archives and Arcade Archives 2 games are available on every platform. I swear they should be available on Steam, shouldn't they? Let me search this before I say too much. I don't see Arcade Archives anything on the Steam side of things, so I guess it's just for the consoles, for the Switch, for the Xbox, for the PlayStation. No Arcade Archives anything on the Steam side of things, which I feel kind of bad about. But the first two games they're releasing on the Console Archives line are the PlayStation's Cool Run or Cool Borders, and then the NES or Famicom, I'm not sure, one of those two's Ninja Gaiden 2, The Dark Sword of Chaos. By the English name, I'm led to think it's NES. And if it's going to be anything like the Arcade Archives and Arcade Archives 2 lines, Xbox and PlayStation players will get to play more NES games than they have been from various other compilations. Because let's be real, if you got the Double Dragon and Kunio-kun pack, you've already been able to play some NES games on the Xbox or PlayStation, or Steam in that case. But what consoles and what games can end up available on Console Archives? And could this not be anything based on player request instead of simply picking from a number of all kinds of consoles and games? Because you all know as well as I do, there are way too many games to pick from to throw on the Console Archives. And then, if some games just aren't available with backwards compatibility on Xbox that got stopped, they stopped throwing in any new games, or a PlayStation or PlayStation 2 game that you want backwards compatible isn't available on the console yet, like say Brave Fencer Musashi, could that be on Console Archives? Could some N64 games be there, like Mystical Ninja starring Goemon? Mischief Makers? Could there be something like a Dreamcast game, like the Dreamcast version of Giga Wing 2 or Cannon Spike? They could make either one of those Arcade Archives or Capcom shooter collection games, which would be a disservice to the console versions. But what could possibly be not the quota, but I can't think of the word I'm looking for. What could be used to base decisions on what games go on the Console Archives? What factors could go into the decisions for that? That's what I want to know. Zarnathium finds it odd that the Super Bomberman collection is $25 on Switch 2, but $20 on Steam and PS5. That is very, very weird. Why would that be? What could the Switch 2 possibly have over either of those versions in regards to the Super Bomberman collection? If they have one or two more games than either of those, that would be real unfair and uncool. But it would also be a similar thing with the Disney Anniversary Collection coming to Switch. Not Anniversary, Disney Afternoon Collection coming to Switch 2. Because last I checked, that will have Goof Troop. And the others don't have that. If they were to make that purchasable for a couple bucks, that'd be no issue. But I'm not willing to think that's a similar thing that's happening here with Super Bomberman Collection between the Switch 2 and the Steam and PS5 versions. And Zarn is so very into Monster Hunter stories. He got both stories on Steam, and then the demo for Stories 3 on Steam and PS5. You want to play those games multiple times, and it almost sounds like, if you felt like it, you could just get all the Steam achievements and all the PlayStation trophies. You don't need any reason to replay those games because you're going to enjoy them so much as it is, but if there were some kind of benefits to it, more than just your personal satisfaction, you wouldn't mind it. That I say because remember when PlayStation rewarded you for getting various trophies? I keep remembering those times. Oh yeah, I forgot this song looped around. So, the wondering about the console archives was one thing I wanted to talk about before getting into the game. Why don't I search console archives to see if there's any details that I might not have known? Oh, they're available on Switch 2 now. They're not just on Switch 2, are they? I certainly hope not. But what would they be? What would make them available, or rather, what is coming? Now, they did mention two other games, the Famicom game Doraemon. Will it be completely Japanese like before, or is it going to have any kind of translation? I'm not convinced there'll be translation for Doraemon. And then there was also announced Sonic Wings Special, and it was originally on PlayStation and Saturn. Apparently, there was a Nobunaga's Ambition on the NES that I wouldn't have realized, and then that was Monster Rancher Hopabout. But what are the details in regards to the console archives releases eventually? What could they be? And it's not just Switch 2. Apparently, console archives is only also on PlayStation 5, so why would Xbox have to miss out on that? But what about the future? That's what I keep thinking about. The future of the console archives. And it only just begun, but I can't help but wonder what console archives will entail, how those games will be decided, and how often they'll even come. Because the Arcade Archives games have been coming out on a weekly basis. I'm willing to think there may have been some holes over the last few years, but there have not been many holes in the releases of Arcade Archives games. So let me make sure of Arcade Archives things. Arcade Archives have definitely been on the Switch, PlayStation, and the Xbox consoles. And apparently there have been Arcade Archives games Are they just not on Steam then, or what? Or have I not searched ACA like I should? Let me see about that. And I hope it's known that you're not being ignored in chat. I'm just trying to see some things here. No, I don't see it on Steam there. Why don't I search Arcade Archives, Windows 10? Are they just on the Windows Store then? Because it's very possible. Let me see about the Microsoft Store then, see if I can't find Arcade Archives that way. Arc Raiders, Arcade Paradise. No, I don't see any of that. So then, where would that be? Windows 10 store. Windows, and I'm not even on Windows 10 anymore as it is, so I guess that's just outdated. That might just be outdated then. But Arcade Archives, apparently the only ones that have been on the Xbox are the Neo Geo things. Let me search, make sure of that. It says 108 games. Oh no, there's even less than that on the series. This Arcade Archives and not just Neo Geo. I see that. Okay. But then, anything on the Xbox One is backwards compatible in the first place, so that wouldn't matter. But so far, it feels like the Arcade Archives website only has Arcade Archives, so they don't have a console archives website, if yet, it sounds like. I'll search before I check. And apparently, back in Christmas with Space Archives, not Space Archives, Space Invaders, Arcade Archives released 500 titles since 2014 for 11 years. So that's pretty awesome to think about. What are 15 newly added features for Arcade Archives 2 KOF 98? Network mode to play against people, time attack mode. I thought that was a thing already. The expanded save feature. So you can actually load instead of just quick save or quick load and not get rid of that file. Rewind for 5 seconds. Improved options. Wallpapers, user-friendly controls, adaptable vertical menu, screen filters, even more, a skip function to save time. Yeah, so you don't have to skip how to play a game when you already know how. You can assign directional button inputs as well. Revert arcade controller to default settings at any time. Save and recall preferred button settings. Then variable refresh rate to get closer to the original title. That's some stuff there. Not just score attack, but time attack. That's a difference that I didn't realize. So I wonder when I want to get me some Arcade Archives 2 version of games. Let me search Console Archives one more time, but I don't think there's a site for it yet. No, it's just people talking about Console Archives, but no Console Archives site yet. Let me see. Go down this list and see about Console Archives. No, nothing there. I'm looking on the Wikipedia page. Yeah, there ain't nothing there. Blah, blah, blah. I'm aware of things here. I forget about that Sakuna crossover. But they ain't talking about what goes into the console archives decisions. That's what I'm trying to figure out, and I just won't be able to find anything anywhere. So I'll just have to wonder about it here in the near future. Zarn finds it nice to see how the same demo on multiple platforms looks and plays on multiple areas. He's trying not to double dip as much. And by seeing for yourself how they run on different platforms, you're becoming even more informed of a customer, of a consumer. So that really helps to inform your purchasing power, which is a very cool thing to think about right there, I will say. Pragmata, Zarnathian will probably go PS5 with that Pro Enhance like he thought he saw. That is a thing that's happening. And looks just about as good on PC. Not to mention, as I'll keep hearing, I will keep listening to, that, what is it, Dolby Atmos in the soundbar and one or two other things. The PS5 just plain works with them. You don't have to go over any leaps and bounds to make them work on PC with the PS5. So you're going to get better quality out of that as a whole experience. Stories 3, probably PC, since Zarn's got 1 and 2 there, and that series is great to have on his Legion Go 2. Also makes all kinds of sense. To have everything there and not split is definitely a winning move. I listened to some music here from Kingdom Hearts 2, Final Mix specifically, and I'm reminded Kingdom Hearts 1, PlayStation 2, Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, Game Boy Advance, Kingdom Hearts 2, PS2 again, Kingdom Hearts 358 Days Over 2, DS, Kingdom Hearts Recoded, DS, Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, 3DS, Kingdom Hearts, well before that, Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, PSP. Then re-releases had them everywhere. Kingdom Hearts 3 on PS4, then Xbox One, then Steam, then Switch. The Kingdom Hearts franchise got very fragmented when it first came out. And Zarn doesn't want that happening with his Monster Hunter stories. So to get them all on Steam is just a very, very smart move. HDR, that was the other thing, HDR. I knew the sound, I didn't remember the visual. PC can do HDR all right, but it's more solid and built-in feeling on PS5, and can do 12-bit HDR without issue. PC seems to have issues at 12-bit, and so Zarn has to make do with 10-bit. But Atmos on PC is a complete mess. I'm not aware of my roommates caring about HDR or Dolby Atmos themselves, so that won't be enough to get them to consider any console other than the Switch 2, because they love their Kirby very, very, very much. I'm not as worried about that myself yet, but although I will say I could care about the HDR because those rich colors do feel nice. I will say I do have a care for at least HDR. I also have a care about being a man of my word, and I've not done that in some aspects, such as trying to raise money for a charity throughout the year. And I've not set that up like I've wanted to. And I have figured out how I want to decide what charity to raise money for throughout the year as a way to thank people for what all happened last year, which was a disastrous year for me. And yet, there have been a number of incredible souls that I could never expect to have helped me out in various ways or gift or grant me stuff. And I want to pay that forward by helping to raise money for a charity over the year. And then with some smaller events that I want to do over the year, I could raise money for a different charity in those regards. And I want to base that on the various charities that Games Done Quick has raised money for over the many years. So why don't I see who they've raised money for? I'm looking for interactive crowd, though. Okay, good. I can close that. I want to know who they've raised money for over the years. So I probably need to go to the Wikipedia page so to see about what the history of donations was for. Switch 2 HDR is a bit of a mess. I would not realize this. Zarn wants to see if they've done anything on it since you last tried. When did you last try then? Because you were there day one, last I checked. Semi-annual. Held since 2010. So it's been 15 years. No, it's been 16 years. What am I thinking? It's been 16 years. It started New Year's Day 2010. 16 years of Games Done Quick. Okay, so it looks like Awesome Games Done Quick always raises money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. And Summer Games Done Quick always raises money for Doctors Without Borders. Here, I thought that they raised money for different events. No, these are different marathons here. Or are they? No, this is Awesome Games Done Quick and then Summer Games Done Quick. Let me see this here then. Care. Prevent cancer. Okay, that's why. Summer Games Done Quick raised money for Organization for Autism Research before. Then Doctors Without Borders. Okay, they have been very consistent with who they've been raising money for then. So then, it might be easy that I could, throughout the year, bring awareness and or try to raise money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation for the year of 2026. I think you all know that cancer robbed my dad of his life, and I have nothing but contempt for any form of cancer. And it's just impossible for me to joke about cancer. Saying some bad thing is similar to cancer, that I could say if it is that bad, but making any jokes about cancer, I ain't doing. And I don't think I can support any jokes about cancer neither. It's way too serious and way too much a killer. What I could do is raise money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation for 2026 for the most part. That ended up being an easier decision to make than I realized, actually. I did not realize that. Kind of cuts down on the time I have to spend thinking about it. Yeah, I thought Zarnathium got the Switch 2 during the day one times. That's what it felt like very much. So now I have to remember how to set up a visual for a banner for raising money for some charity or something. or for Prevent Cancer Foundation. If Games Done Quick raises money for it, it's gotta be legit. Early detection and prevention of cancer since 1985. So I've got to look into that for sure. Movies look great in HDR and more so in Dolby Vision and with Atmos, especially if you have a good 4K Blu-ray player that is for just movies. Digital streams have improved also after getting the Apple TV device. I keep swearing, aren't you effectively playing both sides? You don't care whether it's Android or Apple, as long as the stuff gives you value and entertainment. You're not a brand loyalist in that regard, which honestly, that's a better move to not be a brand loyalist. See everything available and take advantage of everything they have to offer to the best of your consumption. And a good 4K Blu-ray player that's just for movies. Can 4K Blu-ray players be for anything else? Or are you talking about stuff like the consoles? Are there any consoles that can play 4K Blu-ray movies? Because I don't play movies much on my consoles that I play. The PS4 that I don't touch, the Xbox One that I don't touch for the games. I can play movies on those. I have no big deal. Android on phone, Apple TV for TV. And they still do have some exclusive games like Ghosts and Goblins Gold Knights. But Fantasian escaped Apple Arcade, which I'm glad about. But I'm real glad I figured out who I want to raise money for over the year. And I probably should actually mention two things that I'm planning on this February. They're both going to be one-day things, but they're both going to be big deals. One of them is a raid train. I've wondered how to get in on raid trains and why I can't have any fortunate things in regards to joining any. And now I'm actually going to be in one. Let me find the details so I can properly relay them to you here. Thanks to the Twitch Retro Creator Club. So where are they? Where are they? I don't remember. It's not there. It's not there neither. It's not this, is it? I don't think it is. No. So then where? There, down there. Okay. So the event, the raid train I'm going to join in on is called Retro Rekindled. Lesser known, let me scroll up to see the full name. Retro Rekindled. There's a big way to scroll up, actually. Why is it so hard to go up? There's so many things to load. Retro Rekindled. Lesser known / obscure games week. That's what the event is called. And now I'm going to find my time slot. Last I checked, it's a 2.5 hour time slot. So let me pull this up and see. Raid Train. And I will be going on Monday, February 16th at 7:30, which 7:30 Eastern time, which means I better be on at 7:15 p.m. Eastern time. So I will be doing my part in that train, in that raid train for 2.5 hours. Which means I'll probably, maybe I want to be on a half hour. Maybe I want to be on at 7, then have 15 minutes for people to come in, then 15 minutes to just chat, then have the raid train, then play a lesser known or obscure game, which means I should probably get some input. I would like to think the N64's Mystical Ninja starring Goemon isn't as well known as I would like for it to be. Really want to think that. What I'll feel bad about is I won't be able to finish the game in 2.5 hours. That game, under the most normal of circumstances, if you want to get every fortune doll, I've been able to do that in around 4 hours, give or take like 10 minutes. Maybe I should look into how to speed run the game if it can be done in 2 hours, and if I can, I ought to do that. But I'm not using Japanese game or anything. I'm using real hardware and a RetroTink 5X to show that. So that's one thing that's happening later this month. Then there'll be another event here. And this may sound familiar if you were here a few years ago. I forget what number of years ago. So let me check the schedule. I ought to put myself there somewhere. Is that the same week? Okay, there aren't many posts here in the schedule yet. I got worried for a moment, but no, it's alright. So let me check when it actually starts then. Resources. I want to know about when it's happening. Okay. Some people are just doing it earlier in the month, or doing it earlier in the month. Once again, after so many years, I will be taking part in the Sega Europe charity event Game Blast. If anyone remembers, I was there a few years ago and I had streamed the main campaign of Sonic Adventure 2 to help show awareness to the charity organization called Special Effect, which goes above and beyond in helping disabled or less abled gamers be able to play video games just as well or close to it as any able-bodied gamer like me, for example. All kinds of adaptive controller functions, and then research into how to make it more possible to play games without having to have your hands or your fingers or anything, or your sight or hearing that we take for granted. And let's be real, I think more of us take our ability to do things for granted more than not. But to be aware of it is to still at least appreciate what we have. So I'm going to be playing for them again. And it goes from the 27th of February to the 1st of March. They say it's possible to do things whenever convenient, and they'll probably do a few days before as well. So that's what I saw someone else schedule for. They'll be doing a little Game Blast before the actual planned week. So I'm going to get ready for that as well. And there is one thing I saw that I could probably get your input on in regards to keys to request for the sake of giving away or something. Let me see. This is the wrong group of windows that I have open here then. I forget what that even was. This is what I'm looking for here. So, for the sake of giving away Steam keys, I could get keys for Alien Isolation, Raiden Remastered, The Mystery of the Soulless Army, Shinobi, Art of Vengeance, Sonic Racing, Cross Worlds, Sonic X Shadow Generations, pardon me, Total War, Warhammer 3, 2 Point Museum, or Two Things of DLC, or Yakuza 0 Director's Cut. I would absolutely want to give away these keys, because I don't need to get Raiden Remastered on Steam like that. I'd rather get it on PlayStation 5. I don't need Alien Isolation. I've already got Art of Vengeance. I've got Cross Worlds. I've platinumed X Shadow Generations. I don't care for Total War. I don't care for 2 Point. And I'm going to get Yakuza 0 on PS5 as well. So I'd want you all to have a say in what games you'd like there to be giveaways for, to have a chance at getting. If it were up to me, I would get you keys to try and win for Raiden Remastered, Shinobi Art of Vengeance, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, Sonic X Shadow Generations, or Yakuza 0 Director's Cut. It would have to narrow down to 3, but I would get those for you all to have a chance to win them. If you already have those games, then it might just be left up to me, because I'd want to just give away games that I believe in, which would kind of make the Sonic games hard, because I believe in the both of them. I believe in the both of them so hard. Let me catch up with chat here. With console, yeah, some consoles can play 4K Blu-ray that I don't realize. Surely PS5, not PS5 Pro, and Xbox Series X then. You can tell a difference between playing a movie on a console and then playing on a Panasonic UB820 player. And Zarn must have got it on a sale. $403 is where he got it at, but it's priced $534. And the TV is Google for the OS. But the Apple TV device is better overall there also. Apparently one of the best streaming devices. Interesting. I wonder if I should look into not just getting Apple TV Plus then, but an Apple TV streaming device. Why should I get that? What makes it so good? I am willing to hear this very much. And Zarn finds a lot of good choices there in regards of keys for me to request to give away for a chance for people to win. Not Shinobi? I mean, that'd be one of the things I would give away or consider giving away. I must not have read Shinobi then. But it being the kind of action I can get into, that's the kind of game I would play, and therefore would be something I would consider giving away. I must not have said that. I think I skipped over that when I said Raiden Remastered. But I would totally give away Shinobi. Oh, I did read it. But Uncle Shaq and I already have it on PlayStation 5, so I don't need that for me. None of those games I need to get for me. I didn't say it for the ones to give away. That's what I was worried about. I didn't read it as a one to give away. And I meant to. That I would give away for sure. It's just I gotta decide between 3 of them, depending on if nobody cares, as in they want me to give away the games I want to give away instead of ask for a chance to win something. That's what I would rather do. Ask what games you want a chance to win if you don't have them on Steam. I don't need to get them on Steam myself. Now, I will say, with Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii last summer, it was only Steam keys, but I was still granted that and 2 more to give away because I believed in the game and wanted to share that with you. And I forget what it was. I swear it was some short little event that of that summer. I forget what, but yeah, that was an exception. I don't think I have to rebuy it for the PS5, but it was still worth it. Zarn actually has pretty much all the ones he'd want other than Shinobi. So, sounds to me, one game to have a chance to give away would be Shinobi Art of Vengeance. So then save your 20 bucks, Zarn, just in case. Because when Game Blast rolls around, hopefully I'll have a key for that to give away. And you can hope that you win that key. If you don't, you'll still shell out because you want the game. Maybe you'll win on the sale, but you do want the game. But if you win it, you'll be even happier. To have the chance would be a big deal in and of itself. When am I going to play Art of Vengeance myself? And there's still a few Shinobi games I've not gone through as it is. That I have, anyway. But those are things I have going on, and I can hardly believe somehow for almost an hour I've been on just chatting. I've somehow had a lot to say, and I've not worried as much about bouncing off a chat. I actually had plenty to talk about and question and wonder about, which is more than I could ever imagine. Now I think I'm good enough with all that to finally get to the gaming side of things. If anything, okay. There had to be power in the controller. There just had to be. I don't know why there wouldn't have been. And I do remember I need to change the category on Twitch to Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. What do I have on the Nintendo 64 Classics? I was just on the menu. I forgot that Ridge Racer 64 is totally a thing here. And I would totally go through Tonic Trouble. That could be something for that retro rekindled. I'm still really banking on Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. Rayman 2 is too known. I feel like it's too known. But I could stand to go through that again on my own time as well. I liked Rayman 2. That was fun stuff to me. All right. Apple TV has pretty much all the codecs and stuff for streaming at the best quality, and is powerful and quick. And considering some games I do want to play on it, it does have the Apple Arcade and can tie in with home devices to control them by voice. Control them through voice. You make a compelling statement for considering Apple TV device. You really, really do. I mean, you really do. And I realize I don't have the Age of Calamity card in there. That's about to get fixed. And before I fix that, why don't I honor a comment made by Grimoire Hurst, to whom I say hello to? Because that is some nice box art there, and I hope Grimoire Hurst is doing well enough. I'd like to think that I am, and I'm real glad to be here. So let me get the sound back over this way. And then, before I scroll down all that box art, I'll go from the bottom to the top. But before I do, let me get some water in my system. I almost wonder This is only one thing of box art. There are so many others. I think I'll spend a few minutes going through box art for all the other Nintendo Switch Online things now that you mention how cool it is, Grem. And it'll be worth it. So, I got this all sorted in release order. That's why you're going to see them in order like this. Yoshi's Story, Winback Covert Operations that I know nothing about except Koei, Super Mario 64, Star Fox 64, one of the most important games in Uncle Shaq and I's lives ever, and one that Wild Blue Skies on Steam is looking to capture the spirit of, and on early first trailer videos is doing a darn good job of. Sin and Punishment, one of the first Wii Virtual Console import titles, and such a surprise hit here in the States, I believe. It ended up having that blonde-haired guy, Saki Amamiya, be an assist trophy in Smash 4 and Ultimate, and we got a sequel on the Wii in the form of Sin and Punishment's Star successor. Mario Tennis, which is getting a new entry this month. Is it Mario Tennis Fever? I forget. I want to think it's Mario Tennis Fever. Or was that the past one on the Switch? I forget so much. Mario Kart 64. What a classic. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I wonder if I get a decent amount of money back on my tax refund or return. What if I were to get an Ocarina of Time and then make as a redemption to play some random Ocarina song? Or I would need a lot of experience to play an excerpt of a song on the Ocarina. But to start, I could play some Ocarina songs from this Majora's Mask on request. That could be a thing. Dr. Mario 64, Paper Mario, one of the two peaks of the franchise, Banjo-Kazooie, Majora's Mask. Oh, you know that's important to me, or I hope you know it's important to me. F-Zero X, an F-Zero I can actually play. Mario Golf, Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards. Look at that happy puffball there. Pokemon Snap, who knew that would get a sequel? Pokemon Puzzle League, an American skinned Panel de Pon. Wave Race 64, Pilot Wings 64, Mario Party 2, then Mario Party. GoldenEye, Pokemon Stadium, then Pokemon Stadium 2, but no linking any Game Boy Pokemons from Nintendo Switch Online to these. Excite Bike 64. I did not notice the Shoei logo there. Throughout the Heisei era of Kamen Rider, when the riders in their civilian forms would ride motorcycles, the Shoei helmet would be slapped on for clear brand placement and safety when riding a motorcycle. With Heisei, last I checked, it was always Shoei. Then Mario Party 3, 1080 Snowboarding, Jet Force Gemini, Harvest Moon 64 that a lot of people love. Blast Core, that is one fun game to me. Feels like action puzzle in a way. Iggy's Wrecking Balls, Extreme G, hadn't played that in forever. Banjo-Tooie, Ridge Racer yes, it is Ridge Racer 64. Killer Instinct Gold, Tonic Trouble, and Rayman 2: The Great Escape. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I ain't trying to game chat. That would explain it. The home button is not in the middle. The home button is on the right side. That is confusing and I didn't expect it. Let me catch up with chat again before we see more game box art. Apple TV is also ad-free, and so many streaming devices have ads. Wow, I did not know that. Because I just do streaming stuff from the TV or consoles. Apple TV 4K is considered a premium, high-performance streaming device with a fast, ad-free user interface, superior picture and sound quality with Dolby Vision and Atmos, and deep integration with the Apple ecosystem. A powerful smart home hub, HomeKit and Matter, allows for easy gaming with Apple Arcade and fitness tracking with Fitness Plus, and features seamless connectivity with AirPods, iPhones, and MacBooks. That does sound very, very premium, man. Man, that's a lot of stuff for that. And the retro laptop that Zarn did for a client was cool with how it would show info and a video of the gameplay when you hovered the games. That was cool to see when you shared that in the Discord. Was tempting to do on his laptop, but he used it for too many things to make it a dedicated retro laptop only, which is also very fair. I don't know if I could get a laptop to dedicate to just retro gaming like that. I could probably, but not anytime in the very near future to think about. No way. Right now, my thought is, do I go Steam Deck or do I shell out and or save tax return money for a Steam machine, which they're still looking to release in the first half of the year. It's just a matter of reevaluating the pricing. They announced that, was it this week or last week, that they're holding off on announcing a price for the Steam machine, among other things. But they're still planning to make it available in the first half of the year. Sarn noticed the fitness thing setting up on his, but hadn't messed with it. And the N64 menu I did made Zarn think of, I'm thinking the dedicated retro gaming laptop interface. The hover over, see info, and see the video. I swear that's what you're talking about, that going over the N64 box start made you think of. We have Sarnathium to, not Sarnathium, we have Grimoirehurst to thank for that because of the interest in the box art and thinking it was all cool to see. So now we're going to see everything else. And I didn't pay enough attention, but that was a Super Mario Sunshine coin grab. And Zarn might get those small box computers to make a retro box. Are you talking about a Raspberry Pi? Because the first thing that comes to mind is Raspberry Pi. That's what I'm thinking you're talking about. So here we have box art for America and PAL region games, like Soul Calibur 2, Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker, a little more grade than Sepia here, F-Zero GX. That and Soul Calibur 2 have no differences. Super Mario Strikers. We see there's a very clear difference when going European to Mario Smash Football. So with Strikers, we see Mario's about to kick, and it's about to get the attention of it's getting the attention of the Koopas and Toads, and Donkey Kong is not going to let that ball go past him if he has anything to say about it. Oh, the only four is also different. Whereas we have it in a triangle, they got to round it out. But there, Mario makes the kick. It's very fiery. Europe only had Chibi Robo, but we had the subtitle or the tagline, plug into adventure. Never played or cared for Chibi Robo. Why should I? Then Luigi's Mansion looks pretty similar, just like a slight color difference. And then the original Nintendo seal of quality. No, original and official, but it's still similar enough. Then Wario World, a similar thing going on there. Then Fire Emblem, Path of Radiance. Similar box arts there as well. So there's the box art for the GameCube games, only available on the Switch 2. Then we'll go to Sega Genesis. It's like those, but there are more powerful ones, but still at a good price. Like Raspberry Pi is in the same category. I must have this alphabetized. Trying to sort them by release date here. Oh no. Fine, maybe it'll be by title. Or should it be by custom order? I think it should be by custom order. Yeah. Custom order is what I should go for. A single board computer. Pi fits under that category. But Zarn wants something with a little more power behind it. Oh. You know, I probably shouldn't have done that. I'm fine with him being an entertainer. That's not a big deal, but I shouldn't replicate Tim Taylor or Tim Allen. The politics are really, we disagree. We agree to disagree. So I shouldn't be grunting like Tim Taylor. Felt kind of bad when I did it. Let me try and get out of that bad mindset by looking at the games available on the Switch or on the Genesis Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack. But how did we do not so cool with the Strider box art there? That's not how Strider Hiryu looks. And then there's nobody looking like that. Well, the guy on the, like, near that white guy's boot could be Solo. But I keep swearing Lex Luger doesn't look like that. I'm never 100%. Let me see. Lex Luger in his heyday. Okay, he could have looked a little like Lex Luger to me. For some reason, back in the day, that guy on the cover, the American cover of Strider, reminded me a bit of Lex Luger from WWF days. I don't know why. It's probably the hair and the face. Then we got Streets of Rage 2. I wish I played this way earlier in my life when I was a kid, but better late than never. It's gotten to be better to me than Streets of Rage 3. Sonic 2. One of the first two Sega Genesis games I've ever played, and the first Sonic game I've ever played. And there's something I never noticed. Yeah, there's 3 fingers and a thumb on the characters on the box art. And yet, in game and just about everything else, they have 4 fingers and a thumb like we do. So why is that not the case here? Shinobi 3, Return of the Ninja Master. I'll have to go through that again to do it without using any shortcuts or modern things to make it easier. If I were to do this naturally, I'd feel a lot better about myself. Shining Force. I must have been halfway through the game and I never finished it. Could stand to. Rise Star. The Flag Bearer in Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed. Phantasy Star 4. I swear this one's gotten a lot of love. Musha. Metallic Uniframe Super Hybrid Armor. Did that not go by a different name in Japan? I forget. Gunstar Heroes. That's definitely a fun running gun to me. But they also got 3 fingers and a thumb instead of 4 fingers and a thumb. What up? Golden Axe. How have I not gone through any Golden Axe games? Echo the Dolphin. I didn't realize how alien it is with the aliens in it. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. One of my biggest regrets is not clipping when I learned that this was the boss fight of Chemical Plant Zone in Sonic Mania, because I howled and cackled so hard. Contra Hardcore. And there's a prequel called Hardcore Uprising or Uprising. Castlevania Bloodlines. Why have I not gone through either of those Konami games? Toe Jam and Earl. I don't understand these games. Thunder Force 2. Could stand to play that. Sword of Vermilion with a 106-page hint book included. Is that a hint book or is that the whole strategy guide? Dynamite Heady. I think I touched this before on a compilation. I don't know if I should go through it all. I honestly don't know. Altered Beast. Now there's 4 fingers and a thumb there, and I can stand to go through Altered Beast. Super Fantasy Zone. Why don't I go through a Fantasy Zone game? Light Crusader. I forget about that. Alien Soldier. That last... No, I think this was a Sega Channel thing here. I almost thought it was just a Japan import, but I think this was available through Sega Channel. And I swear Zarnathium had Sega Channel back in the day. Space Harrier 2. Why don't I go through Space Harrier games? Sonic Spinball. Ought to go through that too. That's a spin-off. Shining Force 2. Zero Wing. Oh, Zero Wing. All your base... Is it all your base are belong to us or all of your base are belong to us? Target Earth. What is that? There's a different name from what we know it, or from what it's really called. What is it? I can't remember for the life of me. If I don't look this up now, I'm going to drive myself silly. So Target Earth. It's really supposed to be Assault Suit Lanos. That's what it is. Mega Man, The Wily Wars. Genesis 16-bit versions of Mega Man's 1, 2, and 3. Comics Zone. Apparently there's there's a spiritual successor, either on the way or it's on Steam now or something. Earthworm Jim. What about Earthworm Jim 3D? That would sure seem obscure. Beyond Oasis. Apparently the largest adventure game ever for Genesis. Alicia Dragoon. I forget about this one. Then Virtual Fighter 2. To really make it even possible, they had to strip down the third dimension and make this a 2D fighting game. But they retained some moves, but it was still 2D, so it was fundamentally different. Golden Axe 2. Columns. That was sure something. I wouldn't mind playing a round of Columns at times. Alien Storm. A beat 'em up. Street Fighter 2 Special Champion Edition, which does include Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting. Pulseman, which note words between Sega and Inc. That's Game Freak. That's before Pokemon. It's all your base are belong to us. Okay. Kid Chameleon, 100 levels, 1,850 screens. That's a whole lot of stuff. Who's got the patience to go through it all like that? That I feel I'd have to save state. Flicky. The Revenge of Shinobi. Landstalker. I want to swear this was an isometric take on the Legend of Zelda formula on the Genesis. I really want to think. Ghouls and Ghosts. This is the second game in the franchise there. Note the golden armor and then that Cyclops holding the head aloft and then having another hand free. That's all in the second game. Then I forget about Crusader of Senti, and Atlas was behind that one. Then there's Mercs, Vector Man, Toe Jam and Earl, and Panic on Funkatron, Super Thunderblade, Streets of Rage, the first one, and E-SWAT, City Under Siege. So there's all the box art on the Sega Genesis side of things now. And I hope, well, no, I imagine Grimoire Hearst is still here, probably just lurking or getting ready for bed or something. But there's plenty more box art to check. But I also want to make sure to keep up with you all here in chat. And I'm still in just chatting. Now I'm very, very surprised. And the Powa things, Zarnathian was thinking of another character, more evil. Power! Unlimited power! How different would it be if the man who would be an evil father didn't hack off the hand of a powerful Jedi Master who teetered close to the dark side but didn't cross the threshold? How different would it be if he kept his hand and managed to strike down Palpatine? There'd be no more Darth Vader. There'd have been nothing left. All that had to happen to make episodes 4, 5, and 6 to make sense. But if Anakin were a little mature and were accepting but still sad and just wanted to spend the rest of his time with Padme, even though it wasn't allowed in the first place, he might have been not as legendary. Let's face it, we couldn't have what happened without happening the way it was supposed to. To quote Morpheus from The Matrix Reloaded, what happened, happened, and couldn't have happened any other way. I thought Zarn had Sega Channel, and it is all Europe based or belong to us. Pulseman has that graphic where it's like those magic eye posters or whatever they're called, but there's not a hidden picture. Just make Pulseman title hover in the air. And Rey wasn't fazed by all that light or dark side stuff. And it reminds me of Luke saying something along the lines of, I forget the exact line, was something like, it gave you exactly what you needed, and you didn't turn away. Alluding to that cold, dark side presence in a cave. She stood her ground instead of ran away from it or turned her back toward it. He only felt that kind of power once before. It didn't scare him then, but it did in that moment. And I thought I heard that Rey is more of a gray Jedi, if anything. Rey Skywalker. If there were people that I know IRL in chat, I think there'd be a few people that would have some very, very loud things to say regarding the sequel trilogy. She does seem like a gray Jedi. Now, there's going to be all kinds of NES box art to go through, especially with different versions of games, special versions of games. Zarnathian needs to get all those Star Wars movies. I'm not sure which ones, if not the sequel trilogy, but plenty of them on 4K. All right, let's scroll all the way down here. Look at all this box art. Yoshi, the original Legend of Zelda. Was there any meaning in all those icons in the shield? 'Cause I never would know. Tennis, Tecmo Bowl, and Juan would go on about wishing that any quarterback from Tecmo Bowl or Tecmo Super Bowl would be in Warriors All Stars, and that was a missed opportunity, that wasn't a thing. Okay, all 9 of them and some of the side stuff. Very fair and understandable. Super Mario Brothers 3, the original Super Mario Brothers. Soccer, Neketsu Kunio-kun, I mean River City Ransom. No, that's not Neketsu Kunio-kun. Was that not the arcade and then that was Renegade? Pro Wrestling, I didn't realize that was a thing. The original Mario Brothers. Ice Hockey, Ice Climber, Gradius, Ghosts and Goblins, Excite Bike, Dr. Mario, Double Dragon, the original Donkey Kong, Baseball, Balloon Fight, Dodgeball. No, that's Super Dodgeball. Within the Kunio-kun series. Solomon's Key. NES Open Tournament Golf, which is the basis for one of Mario's costumes in Smash Ultimate, and I think also 4. Twin Bee. Mighty Bomb Jack. The original Metroid. Wario's Woods. The original NES Ninja Gaiden. Adventures of Lolo. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. Blaster Master. Super Mario Bros. 2, or Super Mario Bros. 2 US and other places. Kirby's Adventure. Star Tropics, A Test of Island Courage. Kid Icarus. Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, which Japan called the real, or it is the real Super Mario Bros. 2. Oh, it says it in that little badge there. Super Mario Bros. 2, presented by the Mario staff. So there is Super Mario Bros. 2 in that logo there in the badge. I didn't realize. Star Soldier. Punch Out. Versus Excite Bike. Donkey Kong Jr. Clue Clue Land. Volleyball. Double Dragon 2, The Revenge. City Connection. I swear it's not just a game, but also a company within Jaleco. Wrecking Crew. Donkey Kong 3. Vice, Project Doom. Kung Fu Heroes. Journey to Silius. I want to think they mean serious. I want to think Silius is Anguish there. Crystallis. That should get my attention very much. It's a, I forget if it's action RPG, but it's definitely an RPG from SNK, which you don't hear that in the same sentence very much. Shadow of the Ninja. Eliminator Boat Duel. Rygar. The Immortal. Then even more games up here. Scat. Special Cybernetic Attack Team. Nightshade. Fire and Ice. I swear that's Ninja Jajamaru-kun. Yeah, Ninja Jajamaru-kun. So there is City Connection there, like I thought. I had to look that up because I can't read Japanese, and there was nothing there. Earthbound Beginnings. Mappy Land instead of just Mappy. Dig Dug. Pinball. Diva. Or Diva Story 6. Imperial of Nersartia. I can't think of that. It's a... yeah, I can't think of that. Xevious. Mystery Tower. Joy Mech Fight. So those ovals and circles there, assist trophy in the Smash games. Downtown Neketsu March Super Awesome Field Day. Then the mysterious Murasame Castle. I've actually played this one. And Takamaru is not only an assist trophy in Smash 4 and Smash Ultimate, there's a mysterious Murasame Castle mode in the Wii version of Samurai Warriors 3. Last I checked, it's roguelike. Roguelike or roguelite, I forget, but definitely rogue. And Devil World. That big blue devil with the red wings. Assist trophy, pointing and moving the game in various directions. Snake Rattle and Roll. RC Pro-Am. Urban Champion. Solar Jetman. The Mystery of Atlantis, I see. Mach Rider. Golf again. I thought golf was already there. Donkey Kong Jr. Math. Cobra Triangle. NES Tetris. Ninja Gaiden 2, The Dark Sword of Chaos. And Battletoads. I thought golf was down there, but now I don't think it is. No, golf was not down there. It was NES Open Tournament Golf. That's different. Alright, that's all the box art on the NES side of things. Let me finally catch up with chat. I hope you don't feel ignored, but I'm worried you might. Because I was just going through all the box art and showing it all off, trying to stay in the zone there. But I want to have you know that I haven't forgotten you, that I still see you. So let me say hello to Infernal Felidae, who was not worried in the slightest, and I'm glad that that was the case. I appreciate, rather, that you weren't worried. Let me get back to Touch Portal and do this for you, because you more than deserved, of course. Should have muted me, but whatever. Grimoire Hearst mentioned that it was cool to see all kinds of box art on the Nintendo 64 side of things, so I've been going through all that before going back to Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. And much to my surprise, I'm still in the just chatting category, and I'm not complaining about it. We can go out of order and do the Game Boy side of things, and in fact, I think Game Boy has 2 new games available on it now. So there'll be new box art to see. Yes, there are. We ain't going up there just yet. Looking at all this box art here, like Wario Land 3, that's Game Boy Color right there. Then the Game Boy Tetris. The first Game Boy game I ever played, and hands down, one of the best. Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. Metroid 2, Return of Samus. The Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening DX. Kirby's Dream Land, the one that started it all. He was white then instead of pink. Gargoyle's Quest. Game & Watch Gallery 3. Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare. Kirby's Dream Land 2. There, he's the pink we know. He looks like a boo. You know, I did not even think about that. With how rigid I am in trying to keep franchises separate, it never would have crossed my mind that the Kirby in Kirby's Dream Land looks like a boo, and now it's kind of hard to see anything else. Take away the feet, he'd look even more like a boo. That is so astute. Then there's Burger Time Deluxe. Kirby Tilt and Tumble. Thank you, Gyroscope and the Switch controllers, for making it possible to play this. Blaster Master, Enemy Below. 2 of the greatest Zelda games on portable platforms ever. The Legend of Zelda, Oracle of Seasons, and Oracle of Ages. Then that Varin, Queen Varin on the left side on that blue box there. That's an early example of Stump on Me, Mommy. The Pokemon trading card game, before the one that's available now took a lot of people by storm. Quest for Camelot. Is that based on a movie, or is that an original game in and of itself? I wouldn't know anything about that. Castlevania Legends with a playable woman Belmont, which is very cool to think about. Game Boy Color Mario Tennis and Game Boy Color Mario Golf, both sports RPGs. Game Boy Dr. Mario. The original Super Mario Land, which came much, much later. Baseball. Alleyway, which is basically Breakout. Then the Game Boy games are Rockman World in Japan, but we still call them Mega Man, but we use Roman numerals. Like Mega Man 5 there, Mega Man 4, Mega Man 3, Mega Man 2, and then Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge. That's at least different. But the Roman numerals are meant to differentiate from the NES games. Not to mention the box art. All looks like a robotic kid. But look at the grooves on him here and there. It makes me glad they're not a thing here, but look at his face there. Jeez. There it makes a whole lot of sense. There, I can actually see it making sense. And that is actually a good looking Mega Man there. But there's a kiddie version of Rush? I would not know anything about that. Then Donkey Kong Land, Donkey Kong Land 2, Donkey Kong Land 3, the first one I've ever finished. Like abbreviations of the Donkey Kong Country games. Tetris DX, Mario's Picross. Or was this the first Game Boy game I ever played? Or this and Super Mario Land 2, the first two? Because Donkey Kong 95 here is an outstanding puzzle action game that I think everybody needs to play at least once. The Sword of Hope, I forget about. Survival Kids, I don't know anything about. Then there's Kirby Star Stacker, Gradius, the Interstellar Assault, Kid Icarus of Myths and Monsters, and Bionic Commando. And then the new games are Yoshi and Balloon Kid. So there's all kinds of box art to see there. And then, like the FedEx arrow, once you see it, you always see it. Why don't I know of the FedEx arrow enough? How have I missed that in my 35 years of life? Maybe I just don't think about it. The FedEx arrow. Oh my god. It's within the E and the X. They're lined up just so that the top point of the middle bar of the E and the top point of the left side of the X touch. And then the bottom point of the bottom bar of the E and the bottom left part of the X touch. They make that arrow in FedEx. And now I'm unable to not see it. And that's okay. So Quest for Camelot is an actual movie, and one that Fel actually saw. Loved it as a kid, might be so cringy now. Why might it be cringy by chance? I know nothing of that movie, so there's no way I would know anything about it. Also, a movie or movie-based game is available on Nintendo Switch Online? That sounds very, very, very bizarre. I would never expect that, and yet that's exactly what happened here. A video game based on a movie is available on Nintendo Switch Online. Holy wow. Wow, 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 wow. And regarding the cringe factor, it's possible the movie just might not have aged well, which is totally a valid thought. Why is it taking so long to check whether the Game Boy Advance games can be played? We got 2 more things of box art to see before we go into Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. And that's probably happening after the break. I don't want to be an Eevee boy. I got 3 hours of sleep before watching the Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase. Then I went back and got those other 3 hours of sleep, so I should be good. I don't know why I would yawn, but I refuse to think it's because I'm an Eevee boy. I can't be. I can't allow for that. You can keep saying it and you can pick on me, that's totally valid and okay. But I can't entertain it myself. But you could choose to tease me for that. And Fel is running away with it as they're supposed to. In the meantime, let me say hello to Mindy8712. The notification was missed again. Did it come very late? Is it a sign to uninstall and reinstall Twitch so to get the notifications hopefully a little more timely? It's what I hope could have work. Let me do this for you since I'm still waiting for a personal greeting from Mindy. Now let's look at the box art for these Game Boy Advance games here. WarioWare Inc., Super Mario Bros. 3, Super Mario Advance 4, Mario Kart Super Circuit, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, The Legend of Zelda The Minish Cap. If Dark Phoenix Tori were to get me a cap of Ezlo there IRL, I would never be able to escape the Minish allegations. Kuru Kuru Kururin, which is also an assist trophy in Smash 4 and Smash Ultimate. Metroid Fusion, the first one I ever played in an incredible Metroid game. Yoshi's Island, Super Mario Advance 3. Super Mario World, Super Mario Advance 2. Was it last year or the year before that I went through Super Mario World quickly, and then I went through Super Mario World, Super Mario Advance 2 quickly? Because I really wanted to go through the differences between them and wanted to really show you those. The original Super Mario Advance. The Fire Emblem that first came here. Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Golden Sun, The Lost Age, playing as who were perceived as the villains of Golden Sun. Parallel things going on. Was it parallel, or did they do things and they went back and undid those, or did different things? I forget. F-Zero, Maximum Velocity with no Blue Falcon. Metroid Zero Mission. The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past, and Four Swords. The Legendary Starfy 3. The Legendary Starfy 2. The original Legendary Starfy. All in Japanese, and Starfy is an assist trophy. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team. F-Zero GP Legend. Then the Japan-only F-Zero Climax. Wario Land 4. Fire Emblem, The Sacred Stones. Mr. Driller 2. And Klonoa, Empire of Dreams. Uncommon, why have you not gone through Klonoa Fantasy Reverie series yet, man? You screamed about it and you ain't even done a thing about it. Oh. Then before the last thing, let me catch up. Zarn definitely enjoyed seeing Golden Sun. And Mindy actually did uninstall and reinstall Twitch. The issue just seems to come and go, which is very frustrating to hear. But now that Mindy finished moving, she can get back into gaming. So I probably need to put this sound in my headphones to pretend it, so that it doesn't bleed out and potentially wake up roommate trying to sleep before work, because Finishing moving and getting back into gaming is huge wins. Very, very happy for you. I forgot to play applause there, but you understand it. You get it. Now to see box art on the Super Nintendo games. Didn't have to check as long about if the software can be played, so that's good. And nothing new to load since the last time I pulled this up. The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. It can be beaten in 5 minutes. Not tennis, super tennis. Last I checked, that's Puyo Puyo 2. No, it's Super Puyo Puyo 2. Super Metroid, one of the absolute best. Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. Or is it Yoshi's Island Super Mario World 2? No, it's Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. Super Mario World. Super Mario Kart. Super Ghouls and Ghosts. I can't not like it somehow. Earth Defense Force. Stunt Race FX. The original Star Fox. The original Pilot Wings. Kirby's Dream Land 3. Kirby's Dream Course. Joe and Mac 2, Lost in the Tropics. They're cavemen ninja. F-Zero. Demon's Crest. Breath of Fire. Brawl Brothers. Which actually got a remake in the form of Rushing Beat X, or a sequel, I'm not sure which. I think it's a sequel, Rushing Beat X, Return of Brawl Brothers. Super Punch-Out. Star Fox 2. This would not have seen the light of day until the Super NES Classic, or SNES Classic, which I got day 1. Kirby Superstar. Breath of Fire 2. Smash Tennis. Poppin' Twinbee. Wild Guns. Panel de Pon. Operation Logic Bomb. Natsume Championship Wrestling. Donkey Kong Country. Super Mario All-Stars. The Peacekeepers. I thought that got a sequel as well. Mario Super Picross. Donkey Kong Country 2. Diddy's Kong Quest. Not Diddy Kong's Quest, but Diddy's Kong Quest. I had misread that for so many years until probably 2021 or 2022. But it's Diddy's Kong Quest. Tough enough. That's not a great game. Super Valis 4. The Ignition Factor. Donkey Kong Country 3. Dixie Kong's Double Trouble. Psycho Dream. Prehistoric Man. Doomsday Warrior. Super Mario Kart, or not special. Super Baseball Simulator 1000. Spanky's Quest. Magical Drop 2. Joe and Mac. Jelly Boy. Playmates. Bamboozle. Earthbound. Oh, Earthbound, man. Earthworm Jim 2. Rival Turf. Congo's Caper. Kirby's Avalanche. Fighter's History. If only Fighter's History Dynamite were here. Side Pocket. The original Harvest Moon. Kirby Star Stacker. We got the Game Boy version, but apparently we didn't get the Japanese, or we didn't get the Super Nintendo version. Killer Instinct. Battletoads and Battle Maniacs. Wrecking Crew 98. Super R-Type. Amazing Herberiki, or Habariki. Habarike. I have no idea. Kunio-kun no Dodgeball Dayo Zenin Shugo. Zenin? Isn't there a Zenin? Or no, it's Maki Zenin. There's a Zenin clan in Jujutsu Kaisen. Cosmo Gang, the puzzle. That's not Namco, that's Namcot. Or Namco T, but I'm not sure. I think it's always been Namcot in Japan. Jaleco Rally Big Run. Battletoads Double Dragon. It's not Battletoads and Double Dragon, it's Battletoads Double Dragon. Sute Hakun. Super Ninja Boy. Which I swear is basically Ninja Jajamaru-kun, but it might not be, I don't remember. Fatal Fury 2. New Horizons. Romance of the Three Kingdoms 4. Wall of Fire. Lord of Darkness. Nobunaga's Ambition. Mario Paint. You need the mouse for that, so you've got to go Switch 2, last I checked. And for Mario and Wario. Oh, it's an action puzzle here. That I would not know. I would not remember that. Fatal Fury specials there, not just Fatal Fury 2. Good. And Bubsy in Claws Encounters of the Third Kind. Oh boy. Bubsy 4 or 4D or something. There's a new Bubsy game on the way. We gotta remember that. And Mindy8712 done accidentally and unintentionally broke my heart. Because during the Japanese partner showcase, they've announced a Ganbare Goemon collection. So now I have to see what that's all about. Ganbare Goemon collection for Japan. 13 games? What will be there? Okay. I see nothing about the Nintendo 64. The only game we got out of everything that's been mentioned is The Legend of the Mystical Ninja. No, there's two games. The Legend of the Mystical Ninja on the Super Nintendo, and then the Game Boy Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. Those were the only two games in this collection that were released stateside. That's okay. I personally have access to both of those. Does that mean? Let me see. By title. I don't think I saw it. Legend. Yeah, there's no The Legend of the Mystical Ninja here on the Super Nintendo side of things. So that feels a little bad. Yeah, there's no The Legend of the Mystical Ninja here. And there definitely wasn't the Game Boy version on the Game Boy side of things. I feel bad about that. But I am very hurt. Let me see. Kira Dochu. There was a villain named Dochuzuki. Oh no, it's Dochuki. Not Dochuzuki, it was Dochuki. The villain of Goemon's Great Adventure. So that's not anyone related to some Dochi. What was it? Dochu. But why, oh why, do we have to miss out on that Ganbare Goemon collection? We could use a Mystical Ninja collection. Oh, my heart hurts so bad now. But Fell's heart didn't hurt seeing that original Harvest Moon box art. That made her heart happy. Zarnathium actually played a ton of Side Pocket, but Maya played it on the Genesis. I did not know anything about the game, nor that it was on Genesis. That's still fine to hear. Mindy completely understands my heartbreak about the Ganbare Goemon collection. And looking through all these old games makes Fel long for Might and Magic. Is it Might and Magic or of Might and Magic? I'm not sure which, but the name is definitely familiar. It's Might and Magic. I got it wrong. It's Might and Magic. A fantasy video game franchise, role-playing video games. New World Computing became a subsidiary of the 3DO company. Developed the same console. It was Heroes of Might and Magic and then Dark Messiah of Might and Magic that I might have thought of. And a number of games, with the last one being in 2014. Have they gotten re-releases? There's a list of media. Anthologies. Heroes of Might and Magic, Olden Era, is an upcoming game, actually. And the first Heroes of Might and Magic in 10 years, which is pretty awesome to hear. And then there have been a number of spin offs that don't have pages or they might be discontinued or something. The original Might and Magic line of games has not had a new game, but Heroes of Might and Magic is getting a new one. Fel watched her mom play one of those when she was little. Might have been 3 or something. Might and Magic 3, Isles of Terra is what it's called. But Heroes of Might and Magic is an upcoming turn-based strategy game with new role-playing mechanics unseen in previous games within Heroes of Might and Magic. A demo was released October 9th, 2025. So Might and Magic, or Heroes of Might and Magic, looks to be turn-based strategy. Yeah. Looking all turn-based strategy there. That was a lot of box art to go through, and I hope that it had been good to look at. Well, darn it. There's still arts to see here. What I should have asked and probably would have gotten a yes to when I saw Grey Delisle at an event a couple of weeks back. If that was her, like I swear it is, and I think it is, on 1-2 switch up in the top right. Grey Delisle, the voice of a lot of characters and a lot of things like Vicky and the Fairly Odd Parents. All right, Animal Crossing New Horizons had that brand new update. Baten Kaitos 1 and 2 HD Remaster is also available on Steam. Blaster Master Zero, Blaster Master Zero 2. I shouldn't have gotten them here because I got them all on the PS5. Capcom Fighting Collection, props to Beast Gamer Kuma. Collection of Mana, glad to have physical there. Don't worry about Cooking Tycoons. Donkey Kong Bonanza needs me to go back to it. I ain't overly worried about these Dragon Quest games, but still seeing those arts there are nice. What a heavy 2 months going through the HD 2D remakes, though, but it was worth it. Then I still have that demo for Dragon Quest Monsters, The Dark Prince. I did go through that, so I can just get rid of it. I didn't mean to keep the icon, though. I'll delete the icon from the home menu. I don't need it. Fast RMX, Fire Emblem Engage, Fire Emblem Warriors, Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes, Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light, Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, which there's a lot going on, it's hard to see in a small box, Golf Story, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. I promise we'll be getting to playing that. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, absolutely beautiful. Not much to Night Slashers. Kirby and the Forgotten Land, and I need to get Star-Crossed World. Kirby Star Allies. Kirby's Dream Buffet. Look at that adorable roly-poly puff boy. Live Alive. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. There are parts of me that think it might be better than Mario Kart World. Who likes Mario Kart World more than Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and why? I want to hear that from people. Mario Party Superstars, well, also Mario Kart World there. There's a lot going on in it, too. Metroid Dread was incredible. Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, or Monster Hunter Double X in Japan. Monster Hunter Rise. Who would have thought I would have gotten NBA 2K19? And the only reason I did was because it was what? $1 or $2 due to a pricing error on Nintendo's part. New Pokemon Snap. I got gifted that game. I wish I remember who gifted it to me. Nintendo Switch Sports. I can't play that golf in honor of my dad, at least yet. Maybe once I beat his score on Wii Sports Resort Golf. But I did beat a past score of his. I hit that double digits going 10 under par. No More Heroes, No More Heroes 2 Desperate Struggle, and No More Heroes 3. Pac-Man 99. I don't even know if that's still a thing or has that long been no longer. Pokemon Legends Arceus that I somehow never finished. Pokemon Sword that I did finish. And then voice actor Aaron Fitzgerald visited us for one stream during that when I was making curry. 4th anniversary of Pokemon Unite. Why don't I finally go through Pokemon Violet? But I will not triangle strategy. That game is not for me at all, ever. No, no, no. Retro Classics Collection 1, Data East. Which means I don't need to get some gamer games on there, but I still could. Ring Fit Adventure. Can't play that on the Switch 2 because last I checked, the Joy-Cons won't go in the ring. You have to snap on, not magnetize the Joy-Cons. So that should not have carried over. Rune Factory 4 Special, which is also available on other consoles now. Rune Factory 5, which is on Steam, and I'd rather play that. Uncommon, Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma. Someone gifted you that, how have you not? And it's also going to be on PS5 soon, man. Sayonara Wild Hearts, gifted by Rubella, what was it? Jester Rubella, that's what it is, Jester Rubella. Sega Ages, Columns 2, The Voyage Through Time. Sega Ages, Lightning Force, Quest for the Dark Star. Sega Ages, Thunder Force AC. So this is Thunder Force 3 and Thunder Force 4, respectively. And there's an E in that Lightning Force. Sega Ages, Virtua Racing. Splatoon 3 that I swear I sold and want no part of. I'll have to check if I sold it. Because Salmon Run would be more the thing for me. Super Bomberman R. Super Mario 3D All-Stars, which was completely unfair to be a limited time purchase. But hey, if you've got the Switch 2, you can get Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. Or is that also available on the Switch? But Super Mario Sunshine is not yet available on the Switch 2 GameCube online. Super Mario Bros. 35. Super Mario Odyssey. Super Mario Party Jamboree. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Tetris 99. The Adventures of Elliot, the Millennium Tales debut demo that I still need to sample. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, an incredible to me game. The World Ends With You Final Remix. Feels bad about how it controls using a Joy-Con, but it looks incredible. Ultra Street Fighter 2, the final challengers that nobody asked for. I forget about Unlock the King 3. I probably don't need to think about it. Xenoblade Chronicles 3, although I do have Xenoblade Chronicles 2 as well. Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition in YouTube. Now, what would I even re-download? I ain't worried about that. Virtual game cards are here on the screen, and purchased downloadable games will be there. Once loaded, they'll be on the home menu and available to play. Global Test Fire, Global Test Punch. The first Demon X Machina prototype missions. It was Mario Tennis Aces, not Mario Tennis Fever. That's the new one. Then Splatoon 2 Splatfest World Premiere. Bravely Default 2 demo version. I don't need any of that. It's all right. Now, why don't I catch up with chat one more time before I call for a break? Mindy isn't rushing me for sure, and I appreciate that. I was kind of rushing me, but not overly so. But gotta treat Habanero like a Mogwai tonight, not feed him after midnight. Because he's getting neutered. Is it neutered? What's the difference between spayed and neutered? I forget which. But Zarn and Habanero are doing Bob Barker and Drew Carey proud in their part to help control the pet population, which is definitely going to be surely stressful and horrifying for Habanero. Spay is girl, neuter is boy. I wanted to think neuter could have been a boy thing. But all the well wishes to Habanero, and he better get all kinds of treats tomorrow. You're already going to snuggle him a bunch if he's up for it. All you want to do is make him feel better about this and make him feel calmed down and get back to being happy. Not get over it. He'll recover from this. Spaying is removing the ovaries and uterus. Neutering is removing the testicles. That makes all the sense there, and I appreciate being educated on that. I don't mind learning things like that. That is A-okay to learn, so thank you for sharing. Can you believe it, people? I've been on screen for 2 hours on just chatting. Not a game, just chatting. That never, ever, ever happens. It would normally be 15 minutes. It's just shocking to me. No, there's nothing wrong with that, Mindy. You're right. It's just bizarre. Given how I am and function and what I normally do and expectations, it is extremely weird, bizarre, and unexpected is what it is. But there have been things to say and do that have warranted the time. And I've got no regrets on it. Because I hadn't been trying to fill time. There have been actually actionable and purposeful things I've done to warrant all that. And Fel thinks that she be playing more games than I right now. And with that, it's time to go for a break. No, I'm not going to rapidly play the break music. But definitely right now playing more games than me. If anything, the video games are a bridge to connect to you all in the first place. You all have been here for a long time, so I don't have to worry as hard. And just chatting is just a huge, oversaturated category as it is, so I'm bound to not be picked up by anybody there, and I do not care. I am not worried about that. It is A-okay. Fel is desperately speedrunning Cult of the Lamb. I wonder why. There's surely a reason for it, and I'm curious to hear about it, even if I'm not on screen when it happens. That'd be okay. I swear I tapped it and I'm waiting for it to play. There we go. You can still type in the response and I'll read it during the break. But after all this time, we will be going back to Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. Stretch, leave yourself, get a drink, get a snack, and we'll train future heroes. Oops. So how about I finally switch the category and go to Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity? I think we've been long overdue for that, and who else is streaming that right now? 124 viewers. Who's streaming that? I would not realize that there. And I also gotta put the game card in the Switch too. So why don't I do that? Thank you for the welcome back. I took a little long because I misplaced, but found my portable charger. So let me switch out the game cards. Get the correct game in there. If the flap would stay open long enough for me to get it in. Like that. Okay. More Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity is about to finally begin. And I got shrunk while I was gone because Arnathium's about to try the Monster Hunter Stories 3 demo. That's a very worthy reason to be shrunk, and I don't mind it. Let me make sure I got the game name on. And then have the banner here. Make sure all the amiibo are present to scan as well. You know, I want to get me some scanning in. Starting with Link from Breath of the Wild here. Lame tree branch ain't nothing. Then we got Zelda from the same game. Could probably use some sapphires sometime. Then Link with Hood on horse. Another lame tree branch. And a not lame Link. Ocarina of Time Link. My favorite adult Link. Yet another tree branch. Will there be one more tree branch from Twilight Princess? I mean Smash 4 Link? Clearly based on Twilight Princess. Don't be another tree branch. Well, that ain't a tree branch. Man, I got 3 of those. That's more than a bit much. I was starting to think I'd get more out of those amiibos on Animal Crossing. You know, there are parts of me that are kind of scared to think that might actually be true. And yet I wouldn't get any Legend of Zelda stuff from them, would I? I don't remember that being a thing, Legend of Zelda anyway. Now there are a lot of these skirmishes, these side battles to do before we go to the next story. Challenges. That's what I'm looking at, the challenges. All those are done. I think I'm gonna throw away those tree branches though. They are not gonna be helpful at all. Oh. I mean to equip this. Then simply select these. I'm just spending rupees trying to get rid of them is the problem. What about maybe not a Gerudo spear. Farming hoe. Then what? I got room for only a few more things even. I can get rid of that. I've got room for more weapons now. Oh, where's Unobo? Oh no, we don't have any new weapons for him to do stuff with. That's why we don't have stuff for Unobo. He's around. They did add new Legend of Zelda merch. For some reason, I thought it was just Mario and Yoshi, or I thought I heard a little Metroid or something. But I did not remember that Zelda was involved with that. More than I remember, they're trying to go back to the New Leaf days when I could get a whole bunch of Nintendo branded stuff from Street Pass. I missed all that for sure. Alright, let's go to the challenges and work on them. Like Anti-Flame Training 3. And that'll be for anybody to conquer. Taba. I have to buy to level them up though. I think I'll work on Sidon.
Your prince won't let you down.
Because I like how he plays. And that's 9% more experience than. This is a ceremonial trident that's inferior to the light scale trident. I like the experience gain here. Zarn should still do a video for Discord to show the self-made amiibo stickers that I do remember you bringing up before, actually. They even added working retro gaming consoles to Animal Crossing like the olden days. That sounds more familiar for sure. And I wanted to think they were fully working, so you'd be able to play those full games there, wouldn't you? Be able to play the full games and not just a sample. What should I have him eat?
Let's dive right in.
I could give him that just to resist fire more. Maybe not Porgy Noonier. I just throw in steam mushrooms.
Marvelous.
Alright, then I'll learn how to Sidon properly. But he plays like the Twin Pikes on Dynasty Warriors Origins. So that I can remember. Empower attacks with boundless optimism. That's very fun sounding there. But I hate that there's nothing that Thunder is weak to in this game. Igneo Talus. So, 3 Ys and X at the right time. Like that. It is I, Sidon! Sidon, Prince of the Zora! What a flurry rush right there. I probably don't need to do those rushing dolphins. That was a big slash there. And that has a effect too. How about we get some bomb stuff happening? Oh, we had to actually play some baseball there. That I would not have known. And then a weak point smash to come. A big thrust. Then I gotta do this again. But I was too late this time.
Too much heat.
At the very least, even if too much heat, I still have that fire resistance. Let's get down and weak point smash again. We ain't done yet, although he leveled up. Then we get some good materials. Oh no, we got Guardians to contend with now. What do you got? Some big strikes there. How about we special? How about we Muso? Whole lot of hurt there. Sometimes I can't see stuff. I couldn't see all of that. They're not both gone yet, though. How about we do another Muso? There goes one. Big strike there. And instead of that, we'll do this weak point smash here too. We're still not done. That surprises me. Oh, Fire Blight Ganon! No one told me we'd have to fight Fire Blight Ganon here. Oh, we just get some ice up in this piece. Get a weak point smash in there. That ain't doing much. Nice water twisters, though. I couldn't see from there. Now let's swing some bombs at it. But I don't need to be doing that unless there's a whole bunch of enemies around. That I should be doing a little more of. Still got up at least. Now how about we throw this again? But I don't feel like using another thing. And I don't have to, not when I got the Flurry Rush on my side. I'm needing to get a little more hurt in than I am. And again with the bombs. But I'd actually timed that. Then I missed an opportunity here. I'm not flurry rushing enough. But I am going for that when I can. Then I missed my power up there. And again with this, I'll keep doing that as many times as it takes. And I don't have Muso coming in neither like I want. Why don't I just do more ice? Kind of feel like I need to be doing that more. Another flurry rush is very helpful here. Those rapid thrusts are fun to do too. Then avoid that head bang. Why don't we get a Muso up in here? Big shark strike. Then a jump in the air, and air attacks will expose. It's more heat than I care for, anyway. Glad about that here. I should only have one more of these to even think about. If things go right, that is, which they're just about to. This should be all for anti-fire training. And it finally is. Huzzah! Victory is ours! It took a little more time than I expected, but we got there. And we're getting some rupees out of it again. Ain't no worry about these for real. But then maracas for Hestu, who can't carry any more weapons. So I'll get rid of some blanks then. Only got the one blank I can even get rid of. So what I ought to do is go work some of those maracas into another pair. So that looks like a list of the old school games you can get in Animal Crossing New Horizons. Famicom has Clu Clu Land. Famicom Disk System has Ice Hockey. Game Boy has Dr. Mario. NES has Ice Climber. Super NES has F-Zero. And Super Famicom has Panel de Pon. Probably because they're all arcade style. That's what it feels like there. No full-on adventures like Super Mario Brothers or The Legend of Zelda. Fel wishes she could simp for the fish man, but can't. Why can you not? Does it have anything to do with the fact that he's too optimistic and believes too strongly in good people like I do? Because if that's the case, I get it. That's how I normally am as it is. Alright, let's work some maracas in the Hestes maracas. If there's anything experience better, I'd like to use that. But it don't exist. So I guess I'll just have to... Well, no, that's material drop rate from grass. That's different. I'll throw that in then. Nothing's got boosted experience. So I'll just throw weak stuff in. Just to make some room. Just to make some room. Okay. Let me see here. Did I see the Subway Protein Pockets ad where they drop stuff all over the place? I have seen that, and it is funny. It was funny the first time I saw it. Nobody tell her! Because that would have been disastrous for sure. That was a funny commercial, though. I wish I remembered everything that got dropped. I know a glass window or panel or something got dropped. A whole wood panel or pallet thing of stuff got dropped. Someone was holding it up by a rope and they just let go. I don't remember everything got I wish I remembered everything that got dropped. But it's not Sidon's optimism that makes her not simp for him. For that, I am grateful that it's not too much optimism. I'm glad about that. On SpongeBob, it can probably be a bit much depending on who you are. I like him happy, but sometimes that optimism can be a little blind. With Sidon, he builds responsibility and realizes the weight of stuff that goes on, and he's got to be far less blind in his optimism than SpongeBob is. Maybe the voice? That'd be a fair, valid opinion there if it were the voice. I couldn't argue with the voice thing. I'm not bothered by it, but I could see it. And then we've got I wish I could highlight that other thing, but there's gonna be a Thunder Lionel, then Thunder Blight Ganon. I can't tell what that other Thunder thing is. So what if I cause more damage then?
Let's dive right in.
Then lessen the thunder damage.
Marvelous.
He feels too prissy. He's a prince, but that still doesn't help matters. Does he have anything?
Push comes to shove, I can do it.
No, he doesn't have anything. I saw that he doesn't have anything. I still asked. I think I'll work on Daruk.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, let's get him going with that. I don't know, though. The straight boss fights are probably going to be more annoying than I care for. So maybe I gotta stick with the recommended level here. You'll simp for Daruk, though. It's gotta be the body frame and the beard if I had to guess, and I'm surely incorrect.
Push comes to shove, I can do it.
I'll work with Yunobo here. Yeah. He's recommended level. The 30-second one is groceries, wedding cake, dishes, plant in the pot, couch, and glass sheet. You went and saw it again just to see it again, not just to tell us what everything got dropped. You wanted to see it again, didn't you? Protection that creates spikes. Rolling attacks will spin faster and last longer. Protection that wraps in flames. Several attacks will pack an explosive punch. Electric Guardian. That changes things. I am Yunobo, proud descendant of the great Lord Daruk. Before that happens, why don't I stop it this time? That was a big attack there. I don't like the static though. Let me get this flurry rush in. That always feels good to do. So the first, or the regular strong attack is just a big punch. And that was good looking there. Hokuto, 100 Fist Rush! And then a big boulder. And another Electric Guardian. And laser came kind of fast. I ain't see enough about that. Yeah, that's not feeling great there. And I can't just guard that. Let's get rid of one. That was concerning there very much. Why can't I get away from that? Do I need to just get away like that there? No, that didn't do much of nothing there. No, that was something. I have to run like that. But right now, I'm not liking Yunobo. Or it could be the whole, all the rapid lasers. The further away I am, the less chance there is of getting hit by electric guardians, and that's too much electric guard. Yeah, there's too many electric guardians here. Too many electric guardians. We get some spinning in, get some damage. Okay, the laser did stop. Need to be moving left and right, not up and down. How'd that not work out, though? We get that going. Now I'm breaking all kinds of legs. Feeling pretty stationary. I don't pay enough attention that you can break the legs and keep it from moving. Get away. Don't be sorry about that, man. You're doing the right thing. That was more than too much, those electric guardians against Yunobo. But now I've got much worse with an electric Lynel. That's gonna be much worse. We at least get that weak point smash early on, though. It's not doing a lot of damage. I shouldn't be having any electric stuff, I don't think. I'll just keep bouncing here for a moment. Then we gotta work in that flurry rush. Then another one. Well, that's a much faster charge, though. That I wouldn't realize there. I want the one with the spikes here. That is definitely a very helpful thing there, I think. Then we jump above. Get the spins. Then we move in here again. I didn't even see that. Then comes some friends or fellow citizens with a big punch. I don't want that. I don't need that. Only a little time remains. That's definitely a problem. Then I forget that that's what that's for. That definitely helps, and we should level up with this. Yep. That was far less concerning the fight than the Guardians. Now Thunderblight Ganon shows up. Don't need Thunderblight Ganon in our lives. Why don't I do ruling this time around? And oh gee, I ain't see this coming, and I can stop gaming when that happens. I'm just glad I have the opportunity to pause, even in the middle of something tense and terse like this. I swear this is an okay time to use the word terse. It's been so long. I've heard it, but I don't think of it much. But forget about me right now.
All hands on deck! Batten the front doors! Brace the cash register! Break out the happy snacks!
We done got raided by Dark Bahamut 9. Not IX, but 9. In honor of his favorite JRPG, if not video game, Final Fantasy IX. Which has a crossover with another Eden, the cat beyond time and space. And the dragons have come from the dark to raid me, and I can hardly believe it. We spent 2 hours in just chatting about various things, and then we finally got to doing these challenges here in Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. And I have to wonder how people feel about the Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase, if there was anything that appealed to them. I'm hanging in there, I'm doing okay. Now, it doesn't look like it, but I'm dealing with a stomach flu. But nothing untoward has happened recently, so don't say you feel bad or you're sorry, because there's no need for it right now. Right now, I'm okay. And I'm glad to be playing more of this Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity as it is, but who cares about me right now? I am not a concern here. The concern that matters is throwing up any raiders up on the queue floor above Outback Cafe facing the Scramble Crossing in Shibuya as stylized by Jupiter/Hands and Square Enix's The World Ends With You. And I probably need to refresh the cache again because I kind of don't trust it. What I want to know is what you were getting into tonight, Dark Bahamut. Looking like, what were you playing? Let's see here. Sly 3, Honor Among Thieves. I don't know how Sly Cooper Thieves in Time is, but I'd like to believe it's in a similar league as the first three. Man, I haven't played the Sly games in a long time. Frosty says you're on the Conquer All Things RPG into the pixelated. It is neither Sly Cooper nor Final Fantasy VII are pixelated, so Frosty Tools is drunk and needs to go home. You know, I almost think I probably shouldn't use it since that's AI powered, I probably should get off of Frosty Tools. I really think the more I say it, the more I think about it, maybe I shouldn't be using Frosty Tools anymore. If it's AI powered, I'm very leery about it as it is. I'm not trying to ruin water and overdrain electricity. But Dark Bahamut loves Twewy. And Twewy and I love you as well. And so does Neo. Childhood game streams include Sly Cooper 3. I was a teen, I'm pretty sure, when that was a thing as well. So that I entirely get, and I hope it's been a good time and all. It deserves to be. And if anyone wonders what to expect from me, I've actually changed things a little bit.
Back to a tree.
Whoa! Holy Capcom has... Oh, I'm about to choke on my spit.
She breathes fire now, like a dragon.
It ain't over until it says KO!
Where the hell did the poop come from?
Yeah, that's a new clip package. Why aren't I on screen, though? Why is my camera not working? Okay, it's working now. It was a simple fix at the very least, so that's all good. And then it got Zarn choking from laughing again with the new stuff. And I appreciate that Dark Bahamut likes the raid video. It's different from what it was before. The first and the last clips are still the same, but everything else in between, or almost everything else in between, is new. But I had to keep the rage at that complete loss in Triple Triad and my shock at the hole-in-one. I had to keep those. Ruby liked the Street Fighter clips in there, whether it was Luke lounging around with pizza, inviting us to play. I keep forgetting if it was Vampire Hunter 2 or Vampire Savior 2, or that moment that I didn't give up and I remember what I practiced and won that match in Street Fighter V Champion Edition. I'm glad that people enjoyed that. That may have been my best, Zarn thinks. And I only made 2 clip packages that I can even think of. Triple Triad is honestly annoying sometimes. Who are you telling, Dark Bahamut? I could not agree more. But still, gets cards that can help break stats and items so fast. It's not even that. Sometimes just getting cards and just card modding them makes things crazy. But a few things, or a few duplicates of cards that you just happen to see, might want to make some Ultimas out of it, or auras or something. Okay, so now that we're all good here, it's back to the fight with Thunderblight Ganon. I need to have read the whole chat, and I haven't, and I feel bad about that. But I'll work on that after this challenge. I'll eat some rock roast. That'll probably have an effect on a later combo move he can learn. But it looks like there's 3 different effects of protection you can get. Like the spiky protection there. So I can't do that. Hooray! If only that would protect him from thunder, though. Now that works on the first attack. Let me get this while the weak point gauge is still up. Whole nice barrage of punches there. That's protection I want. Then come the clones. Why did that not work though? Then I can't tell things. But that still worked somehow, though. If anything, those Thunderblight Ganon clones are not much to write home about. So I shouldn't over-worry. I'm glad to have gotten away from that. I'm glad to have Flurry Rushed that. And the spike ones I like too. In the either the top spin or the roll. Why don't I do the roll this time around? Well, no need right now. Now when we got a weak point smash to use. That means I gotta get that back. Oh no. You don't get to do that. I take it right back and send it your way. Return to sender. I'm just real glad that this is easier to contend with here. Here, we'll get a special in. We'll get a Muso. I don't mind it. We're going to like it, though. Now let's get the big spins. Longer spins. Why don't we go for a wall jump? No, we can go stasis. Grab all that and throw it right back. Probably end this. That is all over. I did it! Maybe I'm not so shabby after all, Goro. He's not so shabby. He is not. He's good. And now he's got more things like medium rare rock roast. There's flavorful pebbles that give a spicy sensation. Then rock roast flambe, the peak of rock roast dining in the caldera. A single bite makes the mouth overflow with incandescent lava and fossil juice. Ancient memory parting enough of nothing. There's a whole lot of these challenges to do, though, is the annoying part, but I want to do them, though. They're annoying, but probably because of load times, and there's something that doesn't feel as satisfying as the Dynasty Warriors Origins challenges do. I don't know, though. But I'm still doing these. There's anti-ice training as well. Why don't I do anti-ice training after I catch up with chat, because there was stuff before the raid that I didn't catch up on. So, Fel might simp for Daruk because possibly voice, but Yunobo is just adorable. Trying to remember if Ganon has voice lines. I don't think Ganon has voice lines, unlike Matthew Mercer as Ganondorf in Tears of the Kingdom. But I swear Ganon isn't as conversationally intelligent as Ganondorf. I don't remember Ganon having voice lines in this. There's plenty of this to go to see, but I don't want to think he has voice lines. I really don't. I'm not convinced. Alright, anti-ice training. I'll go him. I'll do that. Yeah. He'll be more than alright here. 42.
I'm starving.
How about less damage from ice then? No, I need to... I can't cause that much damage though. Not without melons. So let me go find some melons then. Let me find some hydro melons. I'm not looking to die anything though. Where, oh where, and I'm not looking to buy training. There's hydro melons, let's buy them all. Probably all the Volt fruits too. Okay. Then we'll go back to anti-ice training.
I'm starving.
I've gotta have him hit hard.
That was great.
So, for anyone who hasn't answered, was there anything from the Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase that got your attention? Because I know there were things for me. I do my best to always find something worth my attention in one of those directs. How much of my attention, I find irrelevant as long as there's something positive to say about it. And I found things from this. But I wonder if anyone else felt anything they wanted to get or they want to look into. I ain't worried about ramp stuff.
Here goes.
What I'm worried about... Oh, no.
That's the way.
Let's throw that right back to the Ice Hinox. And a whole lot of fire there. That was all right. Yeah, 5 or 6. Let's get a flurry rush in there, why don't we? And then I did not realize I'd flurry rush something there. Yeah, that is all that there. Then I get knocked back and then frozen, but whatevs. There was a little bit of that there, I see. What a gigantic bomb. Not too much more here now. But I saw that coming a mile away, so telegraphic. And I saw that coming as well. Glad on all that timing. Nothing left now. But then we got an ice Lionel to worry about here. How about that magma? And already easy into a weak point smash again. I hope people are aware of how dangerous Lionels are, because they are very dangerous. Way strong. So much magma there. Hate that I got hit by both of those. But I managed to avoid that and get a flurry rush instead. And I made up for the last couple of attacks with that flurry rush out of the way. All these weak point smashes are oh too helpful. And a falling attack to come right back down to earth. Then some fire there too. Then another flurry rush, because you know that's what we need to be doing. Look at Daruk go to work. I can't do nothing about that right now. And another flurry rush. Feels so good. And again, away from the spiral. I'm avoiding that ice arrow. All good there. Then comes Water Blight. Let me get out of the way of that there too. How about some Muso? A big clapback there. That's what you call a clapback. And while stunned, I tried with that. Water Blight Ganon must go. We don't like Water Blight Ganon, or I don't. Because he's a monster that wants to harm the world for his own jollies. And I ain't fond of that. I ain't down with that. Where would be any ice, or not ice, food? I'm not gonna be using thunder here. Breaks so easily, or easily. I don't mind using that again and again and again. Like now. Stop that attack. Look at how quickly the weak point gauge depleted with all that. Then just wait for it to get up and do it again. Then we'll do this again. That made time go by so fast. Then another flurry rush was definitely beautiful. Water or thunder get the job done here with this. I would not be 100%. But it don't matter because it works. We've taken down 3 Blight Ganons. I'm real happy about that. Okie dokie, and that was within 5 minutes too. And he leveled up. All fine there. Zarn is making his character right now from a demo, someone announced. But a new Culticept game was a nice surprise. It may not be for me, but I've heard the name and it was sure interesting to hear that name come up after so long. Very much. And there's two things. Anti-ice and lightning. Then anti-fire, anti-flame and ice. That's going to be a bit more than I bargained for. But then I have to be stronger characters in order to comfortably do them. Let's go with Sidon's training then.
Let's dive.
Give him a Mabe Souffle. I'm going to give him dubious food because I think he can handle it.
Marvelous.
I think he can handle it. I meant to go in, not out. I mean the fan again. I didn't even pay attention. It's apparently snowed at times throughout the day where I am. Has it snowed for anyone recently themselves? Because I'm not sure about for me. It has been apparently. I didn't pay attention and see. All right, let's get this in. I'm not getting the power right. There's what I want. Lining them all up. I may want to go this way because it looked like there was more group of enemies over here.
Won't stand for it. I must not fail.
Getting rid of 40 enemies in a crash like that. I love getting all that in there. But then there comes so much more.
I can breathe again.
And it does help to build Muso. Plenty of enemies down with that too. Then Electric Wizrobe showing up here. That ain't time for a bomb, I see. That didn't feel great, though. Now that feels all fine. Or close to it. That did a good bit of hurt, though. That big shark strike, too. Now we actually need to recharge the lightning rod. So that worked out.
I can breathe again.
And look at the sweeping effect of that.
I can breathe again.
I love that. So amazing for crowd control. Now to take down the Ice Moblin. That won't be bad at all. Is it only the Ice Moblin? That's ice, though, not water. So that's something I gotta think about there. Not enough to kill at all. I do love that. That feels good for single target. Light than heavy. Those rapid thrusts and then a big shark strike. All good there. That boundless optimism really comes in handy, I swear. He's been so good, I didn't see what weapons we got because I pressed A too soon. Oh well. More training, more and more training needs to happen. I also need double digits in average viewers. That way I can actually do more dare drop dares. We've got this to do for the future. Sidon knows Zora's domain's children will become leaders and wants to teach them how to climb waterfalls, but needs treats to keep their attention, like hardy bass, hardy salmon, hardy blue shell snail, and Wizrobe and Choo Choo trophies.
I shall handle the next tussle.
They passed with flying colors and they got delectable rewards. The prince and his peoples vowed to protect Zora's domain now and forever. They gotta. Now, escorting the injured while we're here. What do I want, though?
Let's dive right in.
Maybe both soups there that boost Muso build up. I think I can do that. But I hate escort missions. That ain't fun. I don't like those. Those are not fun to me. But unlike the last time I played this, no, not unlike, but I'm doing a lot more action than I am getting more fetch quests done. You're not going to be defeated by monsters if Sidon has anything to say about it. Worry not. You'll be back at my sister's side in no time flat. Just don't go fighting every single enemy you see, you Zora Captain. Then came a black moblin. And then a big twister there. That's nice to see. Gotta put a stop to that. How about a weak point smash to get rid of you?
I did it.
Even if a gate is open, they're still gonna get in the way. And I don't want them in the way.
I'm coming.
See, the Zora Captain just focuses on them when he should focus on getting out of here. More slashes, though. And 3 water discuses. That's pretty fun. A blue maned Lionel, on the other hand, is absolutely not fun. The other way around. Do not pursue blue maned Lionel. Because this is an escort mission, I'm not going to pursue blue maned Lionel. It is not the smartest idea, no matter how much I want to. But you're dealing with all that, aren't you? Yeah, you're dealing with all that because of course you are. You shouldn't be dealing with that. You should be coming with me over here. Pardon me. And there's still Bokoblins down this way or Lizalfos. Why don't they leave him alone? Why don't he leave them alone? Leave them alone, Zora Captain. They're dead. And I'll be clearing out all kinds of stuff over here. All of them with that wide sweep. No, they're still alive. That doesn't feel so great. This is all fine here. Even if the gate decides to close. A Hinox is not a big deal.
Stand for it. I must not fail.
I can deal with this. That is not a big deal at all. And it is when you strike the Zora Captain when your fight should be with me. If only I were hitting the eye. But no, that is good stuff there. Why could I not avoid all that there in good time? But I avoided that. And I avoided that as well, so we get another weak point smash as a reward. Very worthy reward there. But you know what? I'll do another Muso.
I must not fail.
Must not fail. Not against a Hinox. Hinoxes are nothing. They weak sauce. And now the Zora Captain moves again. Wide sweep to hit a hole punch. But they still alive, unfortunately. That's a tiny Bokoblin there. That's what I should be doing to sweep them all up like that. They dead like they should be, and the gate will close here, I'm sure. Apparently, no, it won't. Blue main Lionel again. We can't do anything else this time. But I cannot let him get hurt. Focus all your attention on me, please, Blue main Lionel. But then Mipha is coming to assist. That's good to know. That hurt rather bad, though. Stop hurting the Zora, Captain Blue main Lionel. Focus on me. That's right. Focus on me so I can flurry rush through you. And again with that. There are reinforcements here now. And why have I not been doing right? Now I don't have any choice there. But I don't have much in the way of healing items now. So I'm a little scared. I ought to special right now. I ought to move so. Then another blue main Lionel. That's kind of extremely problematic here. And me with no food to recover with. Oh, is the blue main Lionel weak to the thunder? I wouldn't have realized that. I want to get the both of them in there then. If I had known that, I would have done that so much sooner. Here. That's actually what I want, though. I ought to focus on the other and get rid of one before I get rid of the other. That had to happen. And then there's some food to recover with. Now the way of this. Why didn't any of them get out of the way of that, though? What do you got now? He's swinging bombs at you. Let that be a home run of a bomb. At the very least, I have food to recover with right now. But I'll do that again. Only now I don't have any more thunder magic. How about we throw that up? Probably want the camera to move, though. Not nearly enough, but this would be closer to it. Okay, we somehow survived all of that. Oh, when we don't have to go all the way somewhere, it's all done now. Alright, we're good then. Mipha is so small. I don't realize how small she is. She's more human-sized than other Zora. And he leveled up again. Now there's a big deal. Seal. Reduces damage from ice. That was some stuff to do, but he was of the level to make it happen. So I shouldn't be all that worried. What I should be worried about is what I'm going to do from here. So it could be either or. Right now, I'm thinking either. But let me check something one more time before the day is over. Okay, still nothing. I'm just gonna choose to believe in it happening, even though it hasn't yet. But, yeah. Before I forget, let me make sure to manually save this. Not leave it up to chance. Although that was it there, 2313. I don't think I'm going to call it a stream just yet. I don't think I need to. I think with me not doing anything tomorrow, I'm going to have time for a multitude of things as it is. But I want to be able to go through more of this with you all and spend more time with you all. Some of you are probably asleep, but still. Stretch, relieve yourself, get a drink, get a snack, and then we'll do more challenges. Okay, it wasn't a half hour, but it felt close enough to it that I hate that it took so long. Stay on. Let me get back into this. Okay, good. I didn't want it to shut off automatically too soon.
You!
I almost think I wanted to fuse weapons. But whose did I want to fuse even? Surely Daruk's, he's got a lot. But there ain't no experience boosters. No. So we'll get rid of the plus, we'll get rid of the nothings. And probably that as well. And then that was a bigger boost. I think we're good here. Yeah, I think we're good. So what's the next challenge down the line? Yunobo's training. And why don't I go... Well, actually, why don't I regale about food holidays? I read everything in January, but I hadn't read the February stuff. Like, February 1st was National Baked Alaska Day. I forget what Baked Alaska is, and I wonder if anyone's had any themselves. Heavenly Hash Day was February 2nd. What's with Heavenly Hash as well? February 3rd was National Carrot Cake Day. February 4th was Homemade Soup Day. I've not made the tomato soup in a while. Could also make potato soup. And the 4th was also National Stuffed Mushroom Day. I have to wonder if I could handle a stuffed mushroom in this day and age. Then today has been National Chocolate Fondue Day and World Nutella Day. I could probably be fine with Nutella. I know I'm not allergic to tree nuts. Isn't it if you're allergic to one tree nut, you're allergic to them all? Or does it only take one bad nut to mess you up? And yet others can be fine. I haven't had a fondue in a long time, I know that. Let's get some training in for Yunobo.
It's a feast.
What could I be giving him? Maybe just movement speed. Just because.
What a treat.
But I ought to look up what Heavenly Hash is. Because I am curious about that. Not Heavenly Ham, but Heavenly Hash. It's a holiday favorite with whipped topping, juicy fruits, and fluffy marshmallows. It's made of those frozen whipped topping, canned fruits, mini marshmallows, and cocoa powder or chocolate shavings. I thought it was going to be some kind of hash brown. I would have felt better if it was. And you know what? I forgot to change his rock roast. So I'm kind of in trouble here because I can't leave the battle. I can help. Probably. Not probably. Definitely. You can absolutely help, Yunobo. You don't realize it, but yes, you can. Well, I can't be doing that. That's what I should be doing. And throw a big rock like that. Then do that again. I don't mind. That means I gotta get that protection back up. And I ought to use some Muso.
You're not going to like this.
They soften it up and then he gets a big punch out. There's no point in that one yet. There's all the point in this, though. That is way too helpful. That is a good range. Blue Moblin and allies coming is not fun. What's the big idea? Then why don't I do this here? Look at everything we're hitting here. And there's a big fist at the end. Then blue bokoblins here. That was plenty of enemies hurt, though. And here comes a blue moblin. It's so far away. If we gather them all, or plenty of them up. Then comes Black Moblin. I can do this! I have to! He is adorable, and he may not realize just what he's capable of, because he's capable of plenty. That was nice, except that didn't get the thing. That did, though. Don't be sorry for beating down bad guys, though. Now it's all black bokoblins here. Nice explosion on all of them. But then I was too late there. Now how about we do this here too, because we filled that bar up pretty fast. We get a few more hits in with that. And no more of you. And he's all good there. If anything, I'm just glad to have defeated the Black Moblin before the 600 enemies. I wasn't 100% if that's how it would go. Having to simply defeat all the enemies. Instead of any big bads later on. But let me change my item or my weapon this time around. Yeah, Heavenly Hash does not sound all good to me. I am not into the thought of Heavenly Hash. So, I'm missing some trophies here. To eat a stone pebblet? He's got to eat well to grow big and strong, and wants to try and taste the stone pebblet, but he has to be speedy to do so. I need 2 more. Then I'll go Apprentice Unobo, because apparently there can be some here. Now let's change his weapon. What could I throw in even? Full heart damage, damage from enemies, and air attack, special attack damage. That'll be all right. But mayhap I should try and make it a bit stronger. Uh-oh, I'm starting to think I shouldn't have had the dairy after all. It may not be sitting well with me. And yet, the brat diet I've put myself on, I wasn't even needing the number 2. But something doesn't feel right. I thought I'd be okay, but maybe not. Right now, I'm trying not to overthink it. But parts of me kind of can't help it. Yeah. Yeah, that was a problem. Uh-oh. I probably shouldn't try again until... Maybe I should just wait a few whole days instead of just a few meals. But I didn't even have to bathroom anything. I don't need to put that on. I could put mid-air attack damage on for now. Just to have something. Yeah, just to have something there. Okay, we got a plus there. If anything, I only had one serving of Alfredo sauce, so I don't know. And that's our Alfredo, not the real Italian Alfredo. Let's get some steamed meat. And then probably more copious fried wild greens.
What a treat! Is there more?
Even veggies are fine to them. But yeah, I'm thinking I shouldn't have had that dairy. But if I think on it too much, it might manifest as physical anxiety pain as well. Rock attacks will hit in a wider area with the protection from Daruk. But what about hidden seals? This place is crawling with monsters. Great! Good time to let loose, eh, Yunobo? Yeah, it's, so great. Let's go get him. Let's get big spins or try to. That didn't feel so great. I'm glad to have rock roasts now. I should be fighting the blue Hinox though. Oh yeah, more mid-air damage. I probably should have been doing that after all. That hurt nicely. We get that flurry rush in here. Half the gauge down. And then we stop you there. And how about some Goron spinning? That's supposed to be flurry rush. But this should be a kill here. Yeah. We did it! I actually helped! You did more than help. You did it, Yunobo! You'll be nipping at my heels in no time. Let's get the wide spin in, why don't we? Sucking things in, then spitting them out that way. I kind of want to check for any stone pablets anywhere. All this is bokoblins. That ain't enough of nothing. Leave no stone unturned, though. But I ain't consciously looking for the Koroks, though. That's gonna be a major problem later on. And I should be looking for them when I go through the main missions. I ain't enough to think about that before.
Too quick.
Too bad that ain't doing enough of nothing, though. Can that happen infinitely, though? I wonder if that can. Probably really don't need to worry about the Lizalfos, though. They ain't nothing. There finally came a time I couldn't bounce. Before I go that way, I'll go this way. See if there's anything like any stone pebblets. I ain't seeing none. I still had to check. Now I'll deal with these keys. And we'll deal their stone pebblets. They've got to be enough. They have to be. There's a good number of them here. That had to be enough there. Then what do I feel like doing here? Big twister. And a big rock there, or attempt at it and fail. But I got a Muso.
You're not going to like this.
I've got to use that gauge. And we can get up here first. Big rock explosion there. And how about rock and roll? That orb got big after all. Then we'll do that again. Try to. And I somehow flurry rushed that. Now for the good old weak point smash. And down it goes. Ha! That was invigorating. And still plenty more where that came from.
What an honor to see the great Daruk in action like this.
I haven't even switched to Daruk, have I? No, I haven't. It's probably okay that I haven't. And another one of these. No, thank you on the arrows. But that hurt, though. But that will hurt you. But not enough. But that will do good. Glad to get that in. And how about we do this and keep bashing. Mid-air attack. And another flurry rush, why don't we? Don't be sorry, man. That's a dangerous enemy right there. I'll have to food. That was the wrong thing. Avoid that shoulder tackle. And flurry rush here. And weak point smash here. Be getting him down. Bombard there. Hooray! I like the way he delivers that. Let me avoid this too. Fine. Oh no. We got this here. We'll do this. Oh, that was it. You did great, Yunobo. You're a fine example of Goron's strength.
Oh, that means a lot, Great Daruk.
I'm glad he realizes what strength he's got, or he's being repeatedly told. Hopefully he realizes it his own self. There's battle experience there. I didn't check how many trophies I got. I hope I got enough. Because I killed a few stone pebblets. So here's to hoping. I probably should stop by the can. Now we can give the Rushroom, the Swift Carrot, the Swift Violet to catch up to the stone pebblets and the goblins.
I'm getting stronger all the time.
He ended up getting a stone pebblet, and learned a new move in the tussle, and ended up not eating the pebblet. He was so happy in the chase, he didn't need to eat the thing. So that's all good for him. Then fleeing the weather. He's leveled up a good bit. Maybe I should do the chief in training. But not yet, because maybe I need to let some stuff out that probably shouldn't have gone in. Please do pardon me, because I am concerned here. I will admit that took way too long, and I hate it. But it didn't turn out as bad as I thought it would. But now I feel a little stuff coming up. Or I feel air coming up wanting to be more than air. But I was there thinking something would go wrong, but perhaps not yet. I need not cookies, I need carrots for carrot stew. I ain't worried about it yet.
It looks delectable. Delightful.
Let's just get a whole bunch of experience and change the bridle. The bridle of the 7. Ancient part drop rate will surely matter later on. I think we can upgrade this before we go to Gerudo or Chief in training. So let's fuse some bridles now. Get that special attack charge rate in there. Very much nothing though. I don't think I can use any of those other ones though. Doesn't feel smart. Now we'll get to the training. Who's had any illness themselves recently, and how bad do you feel about it? Or how bad did it make you feel as well? If I follow the Bratz diet and just do the rice and chicken and crackers and other bland things, I'll be all right. I really thought it was okay, but I think it ought to be a few days, not a few meals. But I realize it now, so I'll try and be more careful. I want to think I can learn to be okay. Oh yeah, Rampage. I forget about Rampage.
Indeed.
This trial that Lady Urbosa bestowed upon us. We must see it through at all costs. Those of the Giga clan who disturb the peace of our desert. I, Chief of the Gerudo, will stop you.
So let me check YYYYX. Let me check that as well. Did that just cut into dash then? And then there ain't enough happening there. That had to be it for the regular combo. Yeah. I didn't see that in time. Then I forgot about all this thunder. This thunder is more of what I want to do. Real crowd control there. Then Flurry Rush needs to happen, and so does a Muso, really.
It's time, Patricia.
Patricia is safe within all that. And there goes the Blade Master. There ain't nearly enough enemies here. Then Suga. Look at all that thunder. Patricia and Riju absolutely bring the thunder. The speed, the smack around, rampaging. Really advances across the place. Don't forget about this cutting around. How about we get a little more action here and in fact get more of this thunderstorm. Big sand tornado there. That's nice to think about. And let that happen too. If only I could just run into the big bad, the general, so to get more hits in. That's all fine to avoid too. Let's get that weak point smash in. That sure looked like a miss though. Okay, he's withdrawing then. So we're going to have to defeat him to end the mission, I'm very convinced. Where are more enemies? All I've got is more big bads, more generals. So let me get this in again then. Probably get away since they're in a general area. But even so, must stasis all that. But that slam down was not fun to suffer. Yeah, I really wish I could just go right into an enemy with that. Some flurry rush hits hit the both of them. Then I didn't see the other. They're both about to go down though. Thank you, Patricia. And then again. Let me check this though. Yeah, just YY or X. That's all. Then more Yiga Blade Masters. Why don't we just go kill a whole lot of the grunts? If only they'd stay gathered too. That just really builds up Muso as well. That just really helps. Must stasis. Don't let those bombs happen. Then there was another. There's too many of them really right now. Cannot let this happen though. And then that ended up happening anyway. Just enough time for this. But where's any food? There's a little food. And don't have to worry about going stasis there when so close to death. And then flurry rush and more pain to cause. We love it. There's something I don't love on my social media though. I'm worried that I didn't realize that someone else I'm around on social media is very much in support of Trump and ICE. And it's the mother of someone I'm around, so I have to worry there. I'd like to not think that the daughter feels the same, and I don't think she does. I really don't think she does. But I am still very scared about just the mother being in support of the Cheeto and ICE. So I have to mentally contend with that for a little bit. And now it's time to work on ending Suga. Not the Blade Master, but Suga.
Time, Patricia.
I ain't worried about the Blade Master, I'm just worried about Suga. But they proving to be in the way. So clearly I'll need to get rid of everybody. Wrong. Oh, so wrong. And too much hurt. Here. Wrong. Oh, I don't have anything. So I'll just have to deal with all that. I don't have any more food.
Time, Patricia.
I am in extremely bad shape.
For the good. I must not fail.
I can't move through there. Where's any boxes or anywhere that suggests food? That speed is proving very helpful though. That's not food, that's just rupees. I need food. Let there be anything around here. No, nothing. Can't break those. Yeah, I'm in very dire straits here. Where's the food? I don't think there is any. There ain't nothing happening here like it should. I'm riding the perimeters and finding nothing. Those barrels had nothing either. Yeah, there ain't nothing. If I could get Muso, that could be something. Okay. I can freeze him. I can be doing anything here. But I can't be getting hit by that. I can't afford it. Not enough Twister. Must get weak point smash in. Hurry. I am in very big trouble, though. And I don't know what happened there. Out of the way of that. I dashed backward instead of to the side. That's what happened there. So now I'm boosted. And I feel ashamed. I was in trouble, but I could have dealt if I had just spaced it out. But the problem was I dodged the wrong way. And I am well aware of that. But I'll still win this fight after all, though. Even if I need a second wind. Oh no, it was bombs. I will deal with the Yiga Blade Masters because they would cause me grief for sure, actually. Must stasis there, not worry enough about the bomb. Don't like the big twister though. And I couldn't even stasis. I was knocked down, I didn't realize it. Saw you there. Now I've saved the Muso for Suga. What a kick she gave. While you're not doing anything, I will. I don't mind it. Makes you vulnerable. Let me try something. The wall was kind of good for that. But I just kept getting hit because I was still in the way. That's plenty of thunder hitting right there. So that was much more ideal. Then we'll get into this again while keeping him at a wall. I don't mind that at all. Now let's stay storming nearby. And I couldn't get out of the way of that again. I really tried. I don't like the low battery warning though. Also didn't like getting out of the way. Let me get back down here. Supposed to be into a wall. And then that entirely missed. Okay, we're out of the way of that this time. Probably regular attacks are all that's needed now. I could have done that better the first time.
Good. Those Yiga traders should stay put, at least for now. I must report back to Lady Urbosa at once. Perhaps I have new strength to share.
Okay. It's done. But it could have gone better. Bridle of the 7 is the most important. More important than a Starlight Bridle. I could boost the special attack charge rate with that. That's alright too. Now, one game is definitely harder to see, but the other I can imagine. Oh, nothing new there. That's interesting. Then the so-called knight. Oh. So Link's gotta fight champions, it looks like. We'll work on that later. Let's work on fleeing the weather here.
You have a lot to look forward to.
No, I don't. Is there any better battle experience? Yes, there is. I can put in more experience. Monster part drop rate or just battle experience? I'm thinking battle experience, so we'll have to go over and take that seal out.
You! You!
Move 1. And to do that, I'm gonna need a whole lot of stuff. Got a whole lot of mighty bananas, though. I want to see how much of everything I'm using. I can't immediately tell, but it should be okay enough, I think. I know it can't be undone. Now it's 7% instead of 6. I ain't all that bothered. There ain't no rusted weapons to polish. Now, where is fleeing weather? I ain't doing the so-called nights. That's fleeing the weather. How about movement speed?
You call this food?
Yes.
Surprising.
Man, I hate Rivali. Let's get more stuff going, and I'm only doing this just to keep him up to shape, keep him up to snuff. It's in the air that he's got the bigger combos. I forget about the power of that. And there are a lot of electric keys to get stuff from. But I had to defeat the electric moblin, though. Really wants me to detour. The grounded combos are absolutely not it. This is much of it. But can only flurry rush when on the ground. Like that there. I've got to take advantage. Now we're good here. Then let that hit all these electric piece and get a whole lot of wings or eyeballs or something. 'Cause that'd be helpful. Moblin chasing after Revali, big deal. That is the wind sweep. Let them go down. Trying to build up some Muso as it is. But not enough getting swept up. That was plenty getting swept up. And then I got some food somewhere. Then more food, so I ought to recharge it where possible. Shut up with the time limit. But yeah, in the air is when he gets his combos in. Then get all that in. That was a whole lot of weak point gauge depleted. Love that. There's another Moblin there, or that'll be coming. But how about a little flurry rush that hits the both of them? That was enough to kill the electric Moblin. That's awesome. An electrocution made it possible to hit him like that. And it crashed in enough time. And if an electric Moblin went down easy, then so will a regular Moblin. Easier, really. I probably don't need those. I could get some Octorok trophies. I think that might be helpful if they would stop hitting me. Yeah, I think that'd be enough. I'm at the targeted position, but it ain't over. Not while there's an electric Hinox to worry about. So how about we Muso? It didn't look like it would hit, but it did.
Cool down.
Then hit the both of them. And let me get up in the air here. It's too late for that, I know. Then there's a blue Moblin on the way. Too late on the bombs. But we hit eyes. So that's definitely a win there. How about some Twister stuff? Then back up in the air. Then some flurry rushing is definitely fun to do too.
Watch and learn.
Who's like a worse personality, Revali or Falco Lombardi? And you can't tell me you don't see no Falco Lombardi in Rivali. You can't tell me that and expect me to believe you. Oh, that's some thunderstorming stuff happening there. I ain't paying enough attention. The blue moblin caught up then. All I want is to deal with the Hinox. Then I could hardly see up there. And we're done. Cut right in the eye. And an electric explosion I don't want to deal with. That's all right there. I want to try and answer this while someone's still awake. Where are you what? Let's see, there's that. That does this. I hear train. I hope someone's heard of this. Because that's not at all indie. He helped. That doesn't mean I wanted to play as him. It was just helpful. I'll need a star fragment for something, somewhere, sometime, I'm sure. Maybe the dairy hasn't done too much, but I still can't risk it. It was still a bit much. A new recipe. The blessing of Dea Lake. Travelers praise the dishes from Dea Village made with fish from the lake's pure waters. We bring them ingredients, they teach us Dea Hot Pot. Hyrule Herb, Hardy Bass, Mighty Porgy, Armored Porgy, and Bright-Eyed Crab. Good, do not let up. The villagers appreciated and taught us how to make it. The secret is truly fresh fish from Dea Lake, and Hot Pot is perfect for a feast. Bigger special attack charge rate boost. And then level 2 gratitude. Getting a whole lot of stuff there. That feels good. Then Forest Dance Festival will be next. Then I want to do the so-called night after this. What can I use? I could probably even use the mobile charger to charge up my controller. Like to think. Yeah, it's charging. But I can't move my controller all that much. Lest I get the big paperweight to land on my thigh or my balls. So Hestu has competitive spirit and wants to hold a dance festival. Well, let me see about the training. I didn't want to do it, but for them, I won't have much choice. I'm gonna give it to Hestu right now. Probably didn't have to go 45, though. Maybe just 40. I think that's okay enough. Except I don't have the rupees for the others. I'll let Hestu take part in this. It's been a while. Oh no, we can't. Or Urbosa. Summon level 42. Let's make it Zelda right now.
I'll do all I can.
And I want to change her out of that robe, but I can't. What should do?
Oh, it looks delicious.
I think I'll give her those.
Yum.
I'll let her do this. I think it'll be a good enough idea. If I'm being real, I'd rather finish this first before anything else. It'll take time, but I'll do it. Oh no. How have they not heard of Dynasty Warriors? Oh gee. Let's see. That's all I can think of to get to where they might have realized something, but it feels like people should hear of Dynasty Warriors. I want to think they had to have heard of Zelda, though. They had to have. But if they don't know of the Legend of Zelda, that's gonna be a not super serious red flag. And I remember that there was someone who didn't know of Mario anything, and that was a major disaster there to think about. Checking, seeing things, and what's that there? Is that WiiWare? I'll wait for that to load. I can do this.
Shucky shakala! I declare our dance-off has begun! Okay, everybody! Time to cut loose and show the world your best moves!
So it's basically just a battle tournament. Throwing a whole bunch of bombs is fun.
Shakala! Where you go?
This is very silly sounding here in ways that I like. There's a weak point smash. A bonk on the head with a bomb. How about we roll some bombs? I don't mind rolling bombs. And there's the regular smash. Wizardry-like. Nah. Dance is making an entrance.
Shako! Such fancy moves!
I can't enough think, and I'm not building enough moves, so neither. And I didn't pay enough attention to this whimsical music. I don't think I want to ride around a lot, but I probably could. Here, let's get rid of the Rito Captain.
Shakalala! Look at you!
I'll wait for the lead point to appear like that before I minecart right in. But it's still silly. And that bomb hit from here. You don't need a weak point smash there. Now Urbosa's coming in. And she does dance, doesn't she? I ain't thinking enough about that. She definitely dances. Rolling the bomb like that is just fun. Must throw that back at you, Urbosa. And we'll end this here.
Though I lost, I feel no shame. Only pride in your growth, little bird. Oh! I knew you could do it! Your final opponent will be me!
I wasn't seeing that coming. Now I gotta hurt this sweet big boy. I feel bad about that in all honesty. But I gotta win. It's what the mission calls for anyway. I can just do that again and it'll probably kill.
Shoko! I lost! But that makes you the champion! Happy, happy you! Happy, happy me!
I cannot do Hestu voice very well at all, but I sure try. Power boost and overclocking it. What else there? And 5 Korok seeds from all that. That I wasn't expecting. I didn't pay attention. Oh boy. That's something. And what's this here? I can do it. I've got the seeds. Parade for the champions. Hestu wants to lead one in honor of Zelda and the champions and dress up Koroks. So need to get him what he needs. Korok seeds, silent princesses, electric Saflinas, fortified pumpkins, just enough. And Moblin trophies. We good. Christina V is way too precious. His march put pep in everyone's step, and the costumes of the Koroks were delightful. And there was the happy dance from Hestu with 3 more weapons to hold. And Central Hyrule is at level 3 gratitude. Whole lot of stuff there. Now what if I were to get me some more Hydromelons? I think the Hydromelons are the main thing I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Also, the fortified pumpkins, I almost forgot about those because we're out. And you know what? I'll grab Swift Carrots as well. Yeah, those were the main things. I don't need those truffles. I don't need those stones right now. What I need is Hydromelons. But I don't think they're available right now. So that feels a little bad. If I can't get them, I can't get them, so I'll move on. Look to do something else. Let's do the so-called knight now. Revali is skeptical, but Sidon never doubted. Hate Revali, love Sidon. Love him, 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 love him. So what if I just boost damage? And I should stick with the Master Sword, shouldn't I? Yes, I should. Yeah, let's stick with that. Let's stick with that. I wish I could transfer seals, not just, that. I don't need any of this here. Definitely don't need helmets. Nah, I ought to just stay as Link the way he is right now. Although that would be something there. Could be Hylian Hood Link. I really don't think I need to, and I'd rather the Hylian trousers over the Hylian trousers are the only ones we got even. No, I want to see his face. So let me see what Zarnathium has to say. Couldn't make him because bald isn't an option. That's actually weird and confusing. So made a girl. If only one parent could match skin and hair, then one parent could have purple hair and the other dark skin, like character took traits from both. But neither looks like character at all and makes them look adopted. And crap beard options. Which game is this? Why do I want to think it's a demo for that Culticept game? But I'm not 100% on that. What game is this that you were demoing by chance? I really have to not do the... I really have to stick to the brat diet. Like a chin strap beard. That ain't much of a beard. Okay, it's Monster Hunter Stories 3. I didn't know parents would have any kind of... or could've. No, they don't have an influence, he just said. But I'm really baffled that there's no ball option in Character Maker in a game like that. That's very baffling. Trying to respond to someone. Let's see. Then this. I'll explain later after doing this here.
Over here.
Now, Link, show me what you're made of. I shouldn't have to prove nothing to you, jerk. I believe in you, my friend. The power you seek is within. And I forget about the whole sword beam thing when your hearts are full. And then I forget to hold the button as well. I forgot all about that. Oh, we've already taken this outpost. So let me go this way, if not mainly to build Muso. Right now, that's what I'm thinking of here. I want a heart back so I can do things more better.
Link, I promise not to do any permanent harm.
Maybe I should go this here. Well, that'd still be something. Thunder ain't great to suffer, though. The weak point smash is definitely painful to make them suffer.
Your strength is as astounding as ever, Link. I have no shame in losing.
She's so graceful. Outpost captured, but there's more. Impressive. But that's not all you've got, is it? So there's more outposts to catch. Because of course there is. And I don't mind tearing into them. What I would mind is tearing into Sidon. Because all he does is believe in me. That sword beam stuff, though, is absolutely awesome. Makes me want to just use regular combos, actually. Yeah, it really does. Until I end up getting hit after all. And that was absolutely nothing. Where's any extra food that'll just plain restore my health instead of fix up the reserves? You know, I'm scared there's a Korok seed around here. But there's not. So I can just move up and then right. But they are not causing me any difficulty whatsoever. But then again, it is Link. He needs to be the strongest. Oh, you're gonna do that? Then we're just cutting right in with this. Bring it on, Link! I need more than this. I'm actually taking hits now. And that wasn't building. That is faster arrows in the air, and I remember now. Too bad that missed. But I've taken many too many hits here. I thought us evenly matched, and you still came out, and still you came out on top. How gall. So you've got a tiny bit of skill, man. I suppose I'll take you down myself. I knew you could do it, Link. Now, let us settle this. I'm not doing this to hurt Sidon. I'm doing this to hurt Revali. Let us duel, my friend. I relish the chance. I've been aching to settle the score with you. Prepare to witness the wonder of Revali. There is no wonder to Revali. Revali ain't nothing. I still cannot best you, my friend. But at least it was fun. It'd be more fun to defeat Revali, but I think I want to break these boxes first. There was nothing for real. We'll call it a day. But next time, you have no hope of victory. Amazing as always, my friend. Your dominance was undeniable. Did I mention I love Sidon and I hate Revali? Because Sidon is just optimistic and believes. Revali is way too hot-headed, selfish in his thoughts. There's Rubber Army, covering the wearer in a rare special material that doesn't exist in this modern age. That's funny enough. I almost think it's probably a time to call it here. based on the challenges I have left, yeah, these element trainings, it's probably okay to call it a stream and save them for next time. I feel like my body wants me to vomit a little bit, but it's not all the way there. Still shouldn't dairy, but I don't think I'm in the most outright danger. I really don't. But I am glad to have done a whole lot of challenges, but they were a lot of challenges, actually. I mean, a lot. So it feels just right to find someone to give you to that I can believe in. And plenty of people have been gone as it is, so I probably have the one idea, and I'm going to stick with it. I think it'll be okay to do. Oh. I have to change my raid command, because as I keep forgetting, there's no Street Fighter emotes anymore from Twitch. Or Mortal Kombat for that matter. That absolutely bothers me so hard. Why did they have to suffer? Why? So then what could I even say besides uncommon raid incoming? Maybe the Tomb Raid? Maybe, what else even? Virtual Hug and Extra Life? Twitch Unity? Twitch Lit? No, Morphin Time is totally something I could use. I forget about that. So that can happen for sure. That's definitely something I can use. Not Big Fish, though. Maybe one Jabaited because it's Jabaili. I don't mind that. Oh, wait, why haven't I heard anything about CEO? I should look into that, probably. Then Twitch Unity. Twitch Lit. And what was the one more thing to consider? Virtual Hug. Yeah, I can go with all that. If you want to be cooler than you already are, you can copy and paste this raid message here that I probably should make the new one. And we're going to raid Kaho Shibuya. It costs a lot to have her raid me, but I've been able to afford it. What was it, thrice silver now? It was twice or thrice. I think it was thrice. She's just started streaming for the night. It's game night for her. And she's got a level 4 hype train because it's Kaho Shibuya. Of course it's going to happen. And she's also up for Best Cosplay for the EVO Awards for her Hishenko from Darkstalkers, or rather, Night Warriors Darkstalkers Revenge. But it's a Darkstalkers franchise. Am I going to stream tomorrow? I wish I knew offhand. There's a lot of stuff I need to record as it is. But if I could plan out things and get some work in and work done, probably won't stress as much. I also need to get that charity for Prevent Cancer Foundation ready to go. so that people can see and feel things. I'll be working on stuff, though. Until then, take care of yourself, love yourself, be kind to yourself, forgive yourself, believe in yourself. And I need some better zinger because apparently deleting and reinstalling an app won't always solve the problem. But regardless, you're awesome. Pass it on. And until next time, stay uncommon. Later.